Remote. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the participants and the delegates on day 2 of the national workshop on NeVA, that is National E-Vidhan. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests on the dais. Please welcome Mr. Shri G. Srinivasji, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Please welcome Dr. Satyaprakashji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. And also on the dais we have Mr. Pankaj Shukla, Head of Consumer Engineering, Google Cloud, India Public Sector and EduTech. We're also delighted to be joined by Ms. Himani Agarwal, Business Group Lead, Cloud and AI, Microsoft. And let me also welcome Shri Neeraj Sharma, Data and AI, Regional Technical Sales Leader, IBM. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a very, very fruitful discussion yesterday, wherein the state governments also took us through their digital journeys in their respective assemblies. But today, let's focus on emerging technologies. And today, let's analyze how NeVA is keeping abreast in pace with the emerging technologies that are completely changing our lives, and how NeVA is paving for good governance. So I'll open the floor to our esteemed guests. I'd like to invite Ms. Himani Agarwal, Business Group Lead, Cloud and AI, Microsoft. Over to you, ma'am.
Can you put the presentation, please? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Srinivasa. Good morning, Dr. Satya. It's my pleasure to be here in front of all of you to share just a few thoughts on what's happening around in the world of technology today and how can technology really help us accelerate the vision that is there for different governance programs, especially talking about NeVA today. So we are in a very, very interesting time today. We are at the cusp of a technological revolution, which is driven by the potential that AI provides, which is currently revolutionizing everything that we have, from education to healthcare, from telecom to transportation, from public services to governance and everything else. And this is the time, because of the investment in all the intelligent machines that are there, we see a huge opportunity and even challenges that are in front of us, but the opportunities will really change the way we work, we live, and we interact. And that's what we should actually be talking about today. So in next 15 minutes, I will talk about a little bit about ChatGPT, which is the most talked about subject today in the tech world. And everyone calls it ChatGPT, but I'll focus on the fundamentals of it, which is the generative AI, and how that can help in NeVA, creating that one nation, one application, one platform vision to life. And the North Star for that, of course, has been set by the Honorable Prime Minister, and I'm sure that you've been talking about it for last one day, to create that paperless system, to create that one smart desk in front of all the legislators that has the real-time information available at any given point in time in the language that they need to make the informed decisions that they need to make for making the public service, making governance more efficient, more productive, and making the public participate in it as well. So to me, there are 4 tenets if I look at from a NeVA perspective. One, accessible, which is breaking the silos, breaking the barriers, and ensuring that the legislative information is available in all the languages at any given point in time across all the legislative assemblies and to the citizens. Second is discoverable. So there's ocean of information that is there today, right? What is required is to get the insights from that, to get the information at the right time. We just digitize all of the information. That's not going to help, because nobody is going to look at all those thousands and thousands of hours of information that's available unless it is discoverable, unless it is searchable. And of course, the one which is security, which is most important to any legislative information, safeguarding against any threats, any breaches, etc. So if these are the 4 tenets, before I go actually how can technology enable the 4 tenets, I would just talk about generative AI, as I said. And I am sure everyone in this room has used ChatGPT in last few weeks, few months, out of curiosity, in your personal life, your kids writing the school essays, doing the school homework, you planning for your vacation, you searching for some other information that you need, to even the professional world. I'm sure you would have used it in some of the scenarios, creating some information, etc. that is there. But what is generative AI? AI is not something new. It started 1950s to in 50s and 60s, mimicking the human behavior that is there. From there, we moved to machine learning. From there, we advanced to neural networks. And now, latest being generative AI. Generative AI works on the probabilistic distribution of data. So it does not just learn from the data sets on which it has been trained, but it creates a response similar to the data set on which it has been trained. So I'm just repeating again, because it is not just taking that data and learning from it, but it is creating a similar data set, and that's the probabilistic distribution on which it is based. And our partnership with OpenAI has not been just last few months of announcements that's been there. We've been working with OpenAI for quite some time and building that AI computational platform, advancing the AI research that is there, making it more accessible to everyone, to every developer, to every consumer, to every organization, to every government, to build on top of that platform, to leverage those models, platforms that are there. We provide that stack so that you can build the services for yourself. So let's look at what is it that generative AI can do. So 3 large models that are there for generative AI. First, which is the language-based model, which typically we call GPT-X, right? So anything which is based on natural language interface. ChatGPT is an application of that, and it is, the largest application, largest, fastest growing application in the history of internet. It reached 100 million users in record time, powered by Cosmos DB, running on the infrastructure that we have with OpenAI. The second model, that is actually the image-based model, and that's called Dolly. So that's actually leveraged a lot to create the visual media which is required, let's say, by marketing teams, or to create any brochures or public presentations or any of those material. And the third model is the codex model. The codex model is for creating the code-based model. So we have GitHub Copilot, which is actually a Copilot helping the developers be much more productive. I am not going to spend a lot of time on that, but I want to talk about the application of the first model, which is the GPT model. So primarily, if you look at it, content generation. That's one of the use case that you have with the GPT model, right? Drafting the correspondence in public entities, it could be across any of the entities, processing the automation processes that are there, leveraging natural language, or reasoning with that model, summarizing what is there. So one of the use case for NeVA is, how can I actually look at what happened in the last assembly, and I need to know what was the summary of it, what was debated, what didn't get discussed, etc. So that's the reasoning that you do with it. And that's the summarization capabilities that it brings in. So the audit, management, and clearances of all of it. And the semantic search. So Bing is our product, which is, again, based on ChatGPT now, or the GPT model, but the discoverability and search that I will talk about, that would actually be powered by semantic search, right? So, but this is not just all. The innovation is actually happening at a breakneck speed. While we were playing with models like GPT-3, GPT 3.5, now we have GPT-4 as well, which is a multimodal model. So it is not just text, but it is text, images, video, audio, everything in that model. And a very interesting picture that I'll put in front of you. So this is a picture that we fed into the model, and we actually asked the model what would happen if the strings would get cut. And the response from GPT was, the balloons will fly away. Look at the reasoning that it gave, look at the intelligence that it has, and it is just really one of the very, very trivial example, very funny example that I'm trying to bring here, right? So one of the example now, let's switch gears and look at what we are doing with the government agencies to bring all of this to life. Bhashini, part of the NLTM, that's what we've been working with. It's one platform that has been created on the large language models that's available from Azure in 22 Indian languages. It is the open source models and data sets that are available for speech-to-speech machine translation, automatic speech recognition, OCR, sentiment analysis, and a lot more of these. It's work that has been done with METI in partnership with the Microsoft engineering team, and this will be available to all the central and state government agencies to create their products, their services, their models on top of it, right? Let me show you an application which is based on this model, and this was played out by Satya Nadella day before yesterday in one of the global conference, and I'll just replay it for you.
मैं एक किसान हूँ, अपने ही गांव में हमारी ज़मीन है 2 एकड़, उसमें ही हम खेती उगाते हैं। रबी की और खरीफ की दोनों फसलें उगाते हैं, जिसमें गेहूँ है, जवार है, बाजरा है, तिल्ली है, सरसों है। बट यहाँ मेवात में अंदर बहुत से गांवों में न्यूज़पेपर नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं। ये सरकारी स्कीमें पहुंचती हैं, लेकिन ग्रामीण इलाकों में लोग योजनाओं की स्कीम पहुंच भी नहीं पाती है।
These are all communities living in media dark areas, which means that penetration of traditional media like television and radio is very sparse. There's also literacy challenges, so things like newspapers have a very low access in these areas.
In India, we have 22 constitutionally recognized languages, but apart from that, we have more than 100, almost 120 languages. Being able to provide justice to each and every citizen in their own language, it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity.
Jugalbandi is a chatbot that we built to solve 2 problems. One is this linguistic divide and the technological divide. We collected millions of parallel sentences for machine translation. We collected thousands of hours of data for speech recognition. And then we built state-of-the-art models on top of it using Bhashini speech recognition models and Azure's OpenAI. So these capabilities allows us to understand language, transcribe it, translate it, and also synthesize it back in the form of speech.
चाचा यू जुगलबंदी है, यहाँ पे हम लिख के भी और बोल के भी कुछ भी जो हमें स्कीम चाहिए, सरकारी योजना है, उनके बारे में जानकारी ले सका।
मैं किसान हूँ, मुझे सरकारी योजना कैसे प्राप्त हों?
मेरा
नाम जुगलबंदी है। मैं एक असिस्टेंट हूँ जो आपकी सरकारी योजना के बारे में जानने में और उसके लिए एनरोल करने में आपकी मदद करूँगी।
तो वहाँ से हमें लिखित में भी और ऑडियो में भी दोनों तरीके से जवाब आया, और किस किस डॉक्यूमेंट्स की ज़रूरत पड़ती है और किस किस फॉर्म की ज़रूरत पड़ती है।
The Ministry of Electronics and IT in the country has been working on this for the last 5 years now. And when ChatGPT was launched, that was really the catalyst for us being able to bring these pieces together. We've been able to categorize the diversity of India as an innovation opportunity. And if you're able to do that successfully, you're able to do it for the world.
So this is an example. This is the Jugalbandi bot which is there. Look at the dialect. In rural India, the dialects could be very different. So ability to translate that, recognize that. It could be noisy environment in which the conversation could have happened. So there's a lot of flexibility and the strength and the power of the system which is based on Bhashini here. So I'm just summarizing the capabilities, and that is what will be required for NeVA application as well. Different dialects and accents that are there across the country in different state assemblies. Bilingual conversations that are there. We all speak in one sentence in different languages. Speaker change or speaker recognition as the conversation is happening through the assembly. The language detection. Speech translation in real time, customization of what you need to do. All of this being available online, real time, and in batch as well. So plethora of those examples of the features that are needed, and of course with accuracy, with speed, and in a secure manner. So I just spoke about or showed you the video for Jugalbandi where we looked at speech-to-speech translation. And let's look at text-to-speech as well. I'll request you to play the first and the third.
के लिए रिटेल इन्वेस्टर्स के पार्टिसिपेशन बहुत जरूरी है.
The third one, please.
யாம் அறிந்த மொழிகளிலே தமிழ் மொழி போல் இனிதாவது எங்கும் காணோம்.
So look at that there are different languages, and I've just picked up one or two here from text to speech. That was just another example. The next tenet that I spoke about for NeVA was making it discoverable. And this is where we're working with Digi Sansad as well to make the entire Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha proceedings digitized and searchable, etc. So what's needed from historical data, the 18,000 hours of data that exists, digitize those videos and assembly content, automated transcript generation through AI, modification of that, automated modification of that depending on if there is any break, any gap, etc. Indexing that whole content to make that content searchable and then be able to retrieve that content as well. I will play a video for you. It is not in your context. It is in our context. It is a Teams video, and that's how we use it. I want you to imagine it's the art of possible. I want you to look at it and see those capabilities when made available in your context, in the context of NeVA, which is in-person state assemblies. How powerful can it be? So again, just repeating, it is Teams, just art of possible, and that's why I'm showing it to you, but it could be very, very well extended in context of in-person. Can you please play the video? Yeah, thank you.
Imagine you have an appointment that conflicts with your weekly business review. What if you could do both? With Copilot, you can opt to follow a meeting. After the meeting ends, Copilot will summarize what you missed. You'll get a notification in Teams when the recap is ready. This recap will highlight content that was shared, summarize notes, and any action items for you or others whose names were mentioned. You see that one of your customers was discussed, and you want to learn more. You can ask Copilot clarifying questions, and it provides a detailed response. It can tell you why a certain decision was made, and gives you helpful context. You can even ask Copilot what other solutions were considered. And it provides citations from the transcript, so you can see where Copilot drew these conclusions. It's a huge time saver. So that was pretty cool. But the real magic of Copilot happens during a live meeting. Let's say you're in a meeting with your team. You can ask Copilot to summarize the meeting so far. You can see how it summarizes who said what points were made, and it's really capturing the spirit of the discussion. And as the meeting progresses, you can check in on where people stand. You can even ask Copilot what questions are unresolved. It's just amazing to see this happen in real time during a meeting.
So look at it, if a legislator or his team actually wants to look at what happened in the last session that he couldn't attend, you could summarize that. You ask the Copilot to summarize, it will summarize from the recording that was digitized. You can ask about, because the portfolio that legislator handles, you want to know about what was discussed specifically for, let's say, health or education or whatever. It will be able to bring out specific conversation actions that were taken, what was discussed, bring it out as a summary to you. So that's making that digitized content really searchable, discoverable, insightful, so that I am more efficient. And similarly, in the real-time conversation as well, converting that into the language that you're familiar with or you want to listen to. And that's what it is translating to in real time when you are in the session as well. And you want to summarize there as well, Copilot can do that as well for you, in case you miss something or in case you want to go over something again. So that's the power of technology. That's the power of generative AI, the summarization capabilities that I talked to you about. Another example of NeVA, we worked with Bihar Legislative Assembly, and they opted for Surface devices to enable that paperless assembly that is there. This was because of the Surface devices, which is the flexible kiosk format available in ink and touch, secure chip-to-cloud security, which is available by the UIEF chips, first-party chips that are there. So security is a big thing, and flexibility is another big thing that we bring in. So I'm just going to summarize here. All of this that you saw, it is not just generative AI. Generative AI's capabilities complemented with other services like the cognitive services, the machine learning models that are there, the AI infrastructure that already exists. So that is all what is combined, and we've been able to create all of this that you just saw. Last thing, which is probably the most important thing for each one of us in this room, is responsible AI. And that's our commitment. That's the foundation of everything that we are doing. It started 8 years back with Satya focusing on it. He wrote an article in the Stella magazine, and from there, the Ether Committee was established. And since then, there has been a very regular investment in AI principles, fairness, privacy, security, and all of it. And that is something that we are working very, very, very closely with OpenAI as well, to bring all of that learning into these models. And it is a continuous learning. It's not that anything is stopping. With all the new regulations, all the new policies, all the new enhancement, discovery, research that is happening, all of these principles also need to evolve, and we are continuously learning and bringing it in. So that's our commitment. We have a complete team which is dedicated, who's working on these principles to bring it in when we bring in any of the products. With that, I'll thank you for spending this time, and I'll be here to talk to you more. This is our mission, to empower every person, every organization, every government, every citizen on the planet to achieve more. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Agarwal. One would completely second you on that technology is evolving at a breakneck speed, and we have to keep with pace. Moving on, I'd like to invite Sri Neeraj Sharma, Data and AI, Regional Technical Sales Leader, IBM. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais as well as all the participants. So I will be talking on the similar lines on the good governance, but I will try to focus on the decade, or we call it the technology plus decade for India. What is happening? What is there for the government to focus on? The challenges for the government and the technology available to address those challenges. And so fundamentally, we need to understand as a government what are the disruptive forces we have at hand. Of those disrupted forces, the consequences which may arise, and these two put together the challenges for the government to solve in that context. And then we have so much of opportunity available. Every challenge comes with an opportunity at hand, and how to kind of leverage that challenge to advantage, or to create a business out of it, or to deliver something better. Talking about the disruptive forces. So today, climate change is one of the biggest challenge which all the governments across the world are tackling. Why that is happening, and to some extent we say this is because of technological change, industrialization and urbanization, movement of manufacturing to service-oriented industry. That is leading to the next problem of imbalancing of demographics. So you have cities which are very sparsely populated, then you have cities like, say, Delhi and Mumbai, who are so densely populated, it puts an immense pressure on the infrastructure, on services, on law and order and whatnot. Then this further adds to the geo complexity of the government and the people in terms of conflicts, in terms of services needed by the citizenry, not offered by government, and so on. So, though we can talk about the challenges at a length, now what is there, the top 5 challenges for the government to tackle. So there could be a long-term demand for services. So today, as citizen, particularly I would say the urbanized citizenry, we would want everything online. We would want everything to be delivered, consumed, supplied on mobile. So this is a big challenge for the government. There is a shift in fiscal priorities within the government. So you have a limited financial strength available. Where do you put it most? So though the government is working on infrastructure, government is modernizing IT, government is improving the services. So there is a stifle or tussle between where to put your finances. Then, of course, climate is one of the concern, and then no matter what you do, you can't ignore the climate. When we are doing all this, something which is happening in parallel is the change in skill requirement of the workforce. So gone are the days where you have a conventional office where you will join and probably retire from the same department. Even that is true for the government today. So the skill requirement for an individual, for a workforce today is such that it changes drastically, I would say, every 5 years, maybe 3 to 5 years. So how do governments keep pace in order to make sure that the education system is not lagging behind? Once you are done with your education, how that technological change is keeping pace with once you are in job, once you are heading a department, once you are heading a state, and so on. How do you do that? And the last part, is the, I would say, the utmost important is trust in government. No matter what is claimed or is portrayed by various governments, it is the trust by citizenry in the government what reflects the success or failure of any government. So moving ahead, I would further classify this into three challenges within the government. You have the number one challenge is the citizen service. No matter what government does, ultimately they are representative of the citizens, so they must serve the citizens. So that offering services through channels, mode, manner which your citizenry expects is the biggest challenge. Now, this challenge comes with the second one, that it must be keeping in pace with the changing landscape of the domain, maybe the IT industry. So today, when citizens used to visit office, they expect you to attend them. When they consume your services online, they expect an immediate response. I mean, we must have all seen, I believe last year, the IT department last day was getting extended over and over when there was change in tax calculations, because the infrastructure was so heavily loaded, it was unprecedented or unanticipated. So IT could not keep pace with the way citizens responded to, or they, on the last, say, week of the due date, everyone is trying to file their returns. So this is another challenge. And then these two club together, while you are delivering services, while you are keeping pace with the technology, the third aspect of the cyber threats is something which you cannot ignore, no matter what is being delivered. So these three are the main challenges a government has to tackle today. I believe. Yeah. So now we further deep dive into on what is there in, say, what is the constituent impact or the government impact and the societal impact of all the challenges we are talking about, be it in terms of greater productivity from the government, be it in terms of greater visibility or greater trust in government. That is something which nurtures over a period of time. And then on the societal impact side of it is the severity and frequency of disasters which any government is able to manage today. The state priorities versus the nationwide priorities which are happening. So today the complexity within a government is to an scale that it is faced with, or it is placed with so many conflicting priorities. Now, how to apply that into a solution domain? As a government, you have, as Himani placed, you have AI available at the doorstep. Anybody, I would say, has tried ChatGPT. Maybe just to play it out, maybe try it out, maybe to check how it responds to my query and so on. But it is not something that government can do. Government has to solve a real problem which a citizen is facing. Government needs a question whether tomorrow or maybe next week or this month there is likely of a disruption in any of the services, any critical service. Can AI help that? Then we also are facing with another challenge of cloud versus on-premise implementation of various solutions and services, including the data center. While one wing advocates that now every workload can move into cloud, whether it is geo-specific or it is in a hyperscaler and so on, then there is another wing where you must have something on-premise, or you must have something within within your territory or your control. So the way going forward is that you have to have a hybrid model where you are not tied to either this or that. So today, I mean, if you see, maybe a decade back or two, to move from point A to point B, either you use a public transport, which is a bus, or you buy a vehicle. There was no third option. Today, you have on click of a button on your phone, you have a cab readily available. So does that really mean that gone are the days where you will buy a car? So essentially, it is depending upon your need is what decides whether a cab is good for you or owning a car is good for you. And in IT parlance, we classify that need as the workload. You need to know your IT workload. Knowing the workload tells you whether cloud is good for you, on-premise is good for you, or maybe hybrid approach is good for you. And IBM is one of the proponent, I would say, the maybe only proponent who has been advocating hybrid from the day one. Even though the cloud is there to offer you all agility, all CapEx, OpEx conversion, but on-premise is something which you cannot dispense with. It has to have a good mix of cloud as well as on-premise. Then we have other disruptive technologies in terms of mobile, blockchain. You have hyperlocation, geolocation tagging. You have APIs and microservices-based architectures. You have IoTs. Every factory is today essentially an IoT mesh. And then the coming into the automation and robotics piece of it. So all this plethora of technology is available. Now as a decision maker, you have to decide what gives you the most value in least possible time. Essentially, time is also a currency here. It is not just the cost of solution which you pay, you also pay your time. And that has to be kind of looked into. I believe now technology today is not with me somehow. Yes. So when we are talking of all this, what are the imperative actions on us? Essentially, you have to have the agility to scale services while you are prioritizing what you need. So scale and priority has to go hand in hand. Then comes to the sustainability, the planet piece of it, and no matter what you do, sustainability takes the topmost pedestal. Then we are coping up with the skill challenges which are put forward by the technological advancement, by the sustainability challenges. So your workforce needs to keep in pace with the technology and the need of the environment. While we are doing this, the cyber security, your IT security is something which is very critical. You may have heard of so many data breaches, so much data from various organizations available on internet for sale, for any analysis you want to do, put up by hackers just for fun. There was one of the IT CIO in one of the conference publicly claimed that my network is so secure that no one can get into it. And somebody in the audience took it as a challenge. And within next 6 months, he was able to get into the network and stop all the web services. And there was a message to the CIO that how does it feel secure today. So essentially, the point is that even if you are at best of the breed technology, you are delivering at your level best, you still need to keep on looking forward on what next, what needs to be changed, what needs to be upgraded and so on. And then the ethical part or the ethics part is also touched upon by previous speaker. When we are talking about AI, the biasness, the ethical use of technology is something which is something fundamental to the use of AI. And that is where I would, though I may not subscribe to all the thoughts, the whole point is that while a technology is ingesting data from, say, Wikipedia or encyclopedias of the world, but in a particular problem domain, you need to have information or data which is very specific, very particular to a problem domain. And for that reason, knowing everything and anything in the world, though it is nice to have, but it doesn't solve a particular problem. So therefore, an enterprise grade solution which addresses a specific aspect using the AI, using a machine learning, and is able to explain a decision, how a decision has been arrived at. So a typical AI system happens to be a black box where you run certain algorithms and gives you a decision with certain confidence. But how you as a decision maker take it to your superior and explain that how AI has helped you take a decision, because it's a black box. So it must have an explainability aspect to it where it explains how an algorithm is able to derive certain outcome. So when we are talking about the governmental function, all these tools and technologies must seamlessly work together as a one single service, whether it is your AI adoption, whether it is a blockchain implementation, or it is a cybersecurity piece, and so on. So how IBM as an organization is working so that organizations and governments can deliver what is expected out of them. So IBM is heavily investing into open architectures. Today, all platform services which are delivered by IBM have open source components as the core pieces in there. And then IBM integrates them out of the box so that the consumer can focus energies on the business use case, and the technical nuances of open pieces is taken care of by IBM. And it is governed out of the box. We are talking about the data governance on the AI. Then it can be deployed anywhere. So the reality of the world is that nobody is neither fully on cloud or fully on premise today. So how do you adopt technology? You choose the technology as per your workload or the needs I was referring, and then deploy it to the best suitable environment, whether it is on-prem, whether it is bare metal or a VM or container, or it is a hyperscaler, with industry standards enforced. And then the last piece is that when we are doing all this, it should be integrated out of the box and optimized for the use case. So when all this is available as part of the platform, then it is like you outsource the technical nuances to a third party, that is the platform here, and then you focus on the business use cases. That the platform allows you to deliver more in a lesser time, and that's the currency I was referring, that time is also a currency or a payment which you do when you are putting your energy against a solution or implementing a solution. So in a good governance framework, what is that the key pieces we can talk about? Basically, it is the business workflows and the services, intelligent workflows, and then its interaction with its intended user, the experience part of it. Though you may have a best IT solution, but the experience may be lacking. You may have a very fundamental solution with an excellent experience. So it ultimately boils down to how the solution gives an experience to the user. Then there are further divisions within the framework where you need to know where to focus. So as IBM, we offer all the plethora of services into 4 fundamental platforms. One is to predict, automate, modernize, and secure our IT. And as a platform, it caters to entire end-to-end serviceability or the functional requirement which is required. Say, to use AI and ML, we have the predict platform called Cloud Pak for Data, where you can ingest data or keep it in remote reference, use quality functions to improve quality of data, apply AI and ML functions on top of it, publish them as consumable in the form of a service or in an API, and then take point in time decisions at the point of consumption, be it at a public office, or it could be a call center, or it could be a minister taking decision based on certain facts. So similar is the case for automation, where we have the IT, OT automation, we have the application resource automation, application performance automation, we have network monitoring, and so on. So all this is agnostic to the location of the resource, whether it is on-premise or on cloud. The AI governance fundamentally takes care of within IT, within IBM domain is life cycle of the governance, the risk management of AI model life cycle, and the regulatory compliance. So risk management is basically the data part of it, the exposure of the data and so on, and regulatory is the risk with respect to the regulatory frameworks within the country. So with that, this offering is called Watson X, and I would say to somewhat in parlance to what has been discussed is ChatGPT, but this is purpose built for enterprises which you can deploy in your data center, in your control, and then you create, train, validate, deploy your models, monitor models within a confined control environment using the data and technology which is best in public domain, which is open source. We may see a couple of names here, the Avro, Hive, Presto. Presto is today the gold standard to store and retrieve data, like any RDBMS. And Watson X governance gives you the entire end-to-end toolkit for data lifecycle management, data governance for starting, from the data ownership till the data exposure, applying rules, policies on what is to be exposed to a particular user or a class of users. So today, though India directly do not have a data privacy law, we do have draft in place, but GDPR still applies to organizations who deal with European nationals. So our platform supports or enforces GDPR out of the box. And here, the Watson X governance becomes the sole layer to enforce all rules and policies, irrespective of how the data is consumed. So today, when India will have its own data privacy law, it is just a matter of creating rules and policies in the governance layer, and then you are good to go. No change to your downstream application. So the way technology is transforming is that we live, we engage, we learn, we enjoy technology every day in the form of, say, your entertainment. You may be watching TV in the form of Netflix. How a movie is delivered to you is all technology game. We have another disruptive technology today, drones, which is changing the landscape of IT or landscape of the problem solving particularly in areas of agriculture and maybe terrains which are difficult to access, and even in production, in manufacturing. And last piece is that today IBM is contributing significantly to the Skill India, which the Government of India is running by offering the best of the breed courses for the technology available, be it in terms of blockchain or drones. Last year, IBM ran a focus program in Haryana, wherein almost 20,000 students were trained with hands-on experience on how to create a drone, how to control a drone, write controller programs on it, and then get it in a meaningful purpose for like monitoring a particular periphery or taking pictures of an area, remote area which is otherwise inaccessible, and so on. So that being the talk, so essentially, in summary, whatever problem today government is working on, it must be closer to the citizenry. It must keep pace with the speed which is expected as part of the service, and without compromising on the security of the delivery. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Sharma. Surely this is going to be India's tech it. And moving on, I'd like to invite Mr. Pankaj Shukla, Head of Consumer Engineering, Google Cloud, India Public Sector and EduTech. The floor is yours, sir.
Bring the presentation, please. Respected Srinivas sir, Satyaprakash sir, and dignitaries which have come all across the country. Good morning and thank you for the opportunity. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to talk about what Himani and Neeraj spoke about a little bit more detail, and what Google is doing all about AI in last 3 to 4 months. And then how can we put some of these technologies to your use, which is in the context of NeVA, in the context of national and digitalization of national and state assemblies. That's what I'm going to talk about. Okay, so first of all, this is what you know, that it is not the strongest and it is not the most intelligent which survive, whether it is any company or it is any species or it is the country, whatever it is one who adopts to the change survives. That's the, and this is something which I wanted to say in the context of AI, because AI is not changing the game. AI is creating the game. And I think Himani spoke about some of those things. So the AI, which you know that Google, within the past 10 to 15 years, with whatever technologies Google came up with, say for example, search or Gmail or Gmap, etc. All of that AI is already built into that. But now with generative AI, we are giving the capability to the technology to create things. That is what it is going to change in the next few months and years. So if you look at Google's, what is Google's mission? So Google's mission is to organize world's information and make it universally accessible, make it accessible to everyone and make it useful. So how do you do that? You organize the information, then after that you make data out of it, make insight out of it, and then make it accessible through APIs and introduce artificial intelligence as part of this to make it more useful. That is what Google has been doing about. Now, when we talk of artificial intelligence, and especially when this generative AI concept came into the being, Google being the creator of AI as a technology, started with 2016, when we came up with a model called Transformer. The Transformer was the model which was then put to the public, and then after that, the technological innovation has started as far as the large language models and And there are several models which have been released, whether it is the large language models in terms of Lambda, which Google released, and after that Palm, which is right now the model which has got 540 billion parameters. And this space is evolving today. It's not that and we are just started in this revolution of artificial intelligence and generative AI. So a little bit about what are these large language models. So what has changed? So large language model is essentially, this technology is about that if there is a kid and you give the entire encyclopedia of this universe, of this world to that kid and then ask question to him, right? So once you ask question to him, then he's going to respond based on whatever he has learned, based on whatever information he has gathered. Obviously, he might not give every response in the correct manner. There could be something which he might say, which might be incorrect, or which he might misinterpret this information. But the generative AI and large language model, the basic context is that it understands the context, it humanizes the communication between human and the technology. That is what the large language model is trying to do, and how it is different from the AI which we have known so far. Now if you look at that, these are some of the use cases, and Himani spoke about it in great detail, is that first of all, in your context, for example, that you have proceedings for so many years, right? Proceedings, videos, data, everything is there, which is already stored in some places. How can you search that data and get the information which is needed by a citizen, or by employees, or by whoever who wants to get that information? How can you search that? Say, for example, if I need to access the video of maybe 2 years back, what was spoken about farmers in the last budget speech. Just by saying this, or just by writing on your website, the AI will be able to go and search that entire information and present that information to you on an immediate basis. Now you can do that either by just writing it on the website, or on the or wherever you are trying to search the information from a portal, or you can then bring another angle, which is you can bring a chatbot. The chatbot in the language which you understand. Say, for example, if somebody is from Tamil Nadu and he's trying to access some information out of that videos and the entire metadata, the AI will not only go and search, but also speak that this is where the information is, right? And then this is the information. And then further question you can ask on the top of that was, okay, about the farmer, this was something which was spoken. If you want to ask more details, it will go and answer more detail. So that is the contextualization of the entire information which can be done. So the first thing is that intuitively access the data which you have. Say, for example, somebody wants to understand about some segment of our constitution, right? I was going through your website and your constitution is uploaded there. I, as a citizen, can go and ask that what is related to, say, for example, what is our duties related to anything which I want, or regarding any law. I can just simply go and ask in my language, and it intuitively responds from the data which you have provided, not from any data which is there on the internet, but the data which is there on your website, or which is in your context. So make it online interactions more conversational, as I said, in terms of the chat bots, video bots, info bots, etc. And then you can generate content. As Imani said, you can generate content, which means that if you need to, say, for example, you are working on the notings, you will be preparing different kind of notes in your daily proceedings. Can you go ahead and train your model based on your proceedings, and which generates notes automatically, which makes your job much more easier. And then finally, obviously, there are foundational models. There are models which are available, but then on top of that, what you need to do is that you need to train those models based on your requirement. It's not that you can use any model which is there on the internet and you start using it, right? These are some of the capabilities. Now, there are two parts of this entire AI and generative AI concept. One is the one which is available to the public. Say, for example, ChatGPT, as Imani was talking about from Microsoft. Google launched Bard. If any of you would have accessed the Bard, which we launched in India on 10th of May, that you go bard.google.com, and then the similar technology, you ask questions. So anyone can go and ask questions. Say, for example, plan a trip to maybe to a particular place, or create a poem, etc. So any question you can ask. You want to do some homework, your kid wants to do some homework, you go and ask. So go bard.google.com and try it out. as a citizen, your kids will try, and there are a lot of things which will make it very, very simple. But when we talk in the context of you working on for the national and state assemblies, we can't be relying on BARD as a technology, right? BARD is for the public, which might answer in its own way. What you need to rely is on the enterprise version of this technology, which we bring to customers like you, to the organizations like you, which means that if a citizen is asking a question, your chatbot needs to answer to that question based on your data, not any other data, right? It needs to answer, it needs to be controlled. So how do you control it? How do you make it accurate? Because you can't give the wrong information, especially in anything related to proceedings. It needs to be explainable, that you asked a question, it responded with an answer. You need to know, as a citizen, I need to know that where this information is coming from. So it should be able to point out that this is the section from where the information is coming. It needs to be explainable, right? And then how do you integrate it with your applications? Say, for example, your NeVA application. How can you integrate this technology with that? And finally, how do you essentially deal with the fraud and security? Because the fraud, the risk which is associated with AI, you're all aware, right? So how do you control that risk? How do you make it responsible? So for this to happen, if you want to use this technology, you need an enterprise version of this, which is much more controlled. You can take the power and the benefits of what the technology provides, but you should also use it in a much more controlled and secure manner. So there are a few use cases we already spoke about in detail. The chatbot using the large language model, much more contextual information. You can add transactional capabilities on top of that. You can publish across different channels. You can create next end user experience, etc. So all these things we have already spoken about, so I'll not go in detail with this. Search capability, you can go and do a contextual search across your entire data, whether it is video or the PDFs or whatever it is, and then present that data in a much more contextual manner, in an accurate manner. The use cases like this, which is related to your collaboration platform. So if you are using, when you are doing meetings, how can it provide a summary of what transpired into a meeting? If you are creating document, how can you create document in a much more automated fashion rather than repeating the same thing? How do you disseminate information across different people? So all these use cases are being built and which are being built for the enterprise use, right? For you to use this technology. Translation, say for example, as an example, Google supports, as of today, 108 languages worldwide, and in India also we support 18 languages. So when the proceedings are happening, how can you provide the capability of live language translation into different language? So somebody is speaking, some MLA or MP is speaking, how can that be translated into the language which other people can understand, live or whether it is on the recorded data? So all these things can be introduced as part of the technology, right? So to summarize, these are probably the 4 things which you have already implemented from the NeVA already. These are 4 things, additional things which you can integrate. Say for example, how do we get the info we want from the data which you have? This is where AI can help, Google can work with you to help you achieve that. Second is that how do you read, listen and respond in your language? If you want to understand, you want to go through the recordings or the proceedings, how do you do that in your language, in different languages? How do you collaborate to create responses, to create notings? And then how do you secure, how do you do it in much more controlled and secure manner? So in summary, these are the 4 things which you can achieve if you want to incorporate this technology as part of the entire NeVA program, entire digitalization program. So Google, as I said, from Google's point of view, we came up with BARD, which is for the public, and then we also are building foundational models which are fit for the purpose. Say, for example, these 4 things, we have got foundational models which can directly work with solving these problems in a much more controlled manner, and not using the very large models which are there for solving any problem, but very specific problem. How do you use those technologies, integrate it as part of your application? This is something we can help with. So thank you, and that's what I just wanted to introduce at the basic level, and then obviously we can work together to take it forward.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Shukla. Moving on, may I request Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Shri G. Srinivas ji, for his special address.
So good morning to all of you. So we'll try to put in context what our speakers, Mr. Pankaj, Himani and Neeraj has told us and what is relevance to the NeVA. That's we try to understand. But first of all, let me thank all the panelists who has made an effort to understand NeVA and then also focuses on what is going to be the future of this NeVA if you adapt the new technologies. So that I should thank them that they made an effort to go. Some of them people have searched our websites and must have understood the program. But few thoughts from my side, how it is going to be updated, how are you going to use it for in the coming years. First of all, we should understand the basic human this thing. Most of the people in assemblies, you are a permanent staff. You are going to be there. So there is an immediate need to upgrade your skills and see what the technology changes are coming. And that applies to NIC staff because they are also in the business of technology. A lot of changes are coming and better that we should understand and we should also upgrade our systems. But the challenge here is that most of your MLAs or most of your customers are in the advanced age group or perhaps highly stressed at the time of elections. They may not be even attending your sessions, and before the election 1 year they may not be even looking at what exactly the skills which you are offering. They may not understand the relevance of the training, and also you are dealing with a difficult set of stakeholders. So how do you upgrade the skills of training? In a general sense, I am telling that if a person is not even interested to sit in the iPad or this thing, get into training rooms, whether would you treat him like with encourage him to hear to the sounds, hear to some visuals, understand what is the procedures. Maybe a new entrant into the assembly, can we give him a feel of a sound and a visual kind of a thing so that he need not go through all these your modules and this thing. So that kind of lessons or that kind of modules, that kind of place you should be ready and you should be incorporated so that it is easy for a person. It's like a swimming, you introduce them to water and then within a few customized classes, it has to be graded also. The people has to have what is their skill level. And trust me, all the MLAs who contest elections, they are much more, IQ levels are much more, rather EQ levels are much more, they can understand what is relevant, they are only focused on that. So how do you make them understand this is the way they can also learn and communicate not only in their constituencies, for the future also they can aspire to be elevated to the MPs and all, provided they communicate. For example, private members bill is there. If using your artificial intelligence, a member, what questions he has made, what effort he has made to improve his constituency. There's some 9 times, 10 times MPs, if you can actually ask the softwares or the technology, what exactly he asked, when he's asked, what is the compliance given by the government. These are all fantastic tools to understand, and also the ability of the system to respond to the public needs can be projected, provided you people are aware of this thing. But the second thing which I would like to tell you, the technologies are changing. The instruments which we use, maybe the mobiles, now it is already, there is a talk going on that 6G we are preparing in the world. So the way the mobile phones, I think mobiles are almost replaced your TVs nowadays. I think, so the way we understand the instruments is changing. The way the instruments are communicating with your program is also changing in terms of the data, in terms of the storage. For example, and there is a lot of discussion in what kind of storage you should have. A cloud storage, you should have a storage at the place, because most of the MLAs or most of the assemblies want the data security. They don't want, for example, opposition state rules. When I went to a couple of states, the first thing they asked me is, how secure is my data? Then I told that we have no interest in your data. You keep the data with you and you manage it. But the data in itself, storing it, it doesn't help anybody. You try to communicate with your data. For example, I often tell, if there's a price rise in a particular state, if there's a discussion in a particular state, that discussion can be useful across the country. After all, the commodity prices, it could be oil price, it could be a petrol price, it could be a price of a rice and wheat. This is relevant. If there is a discussion in a particular state, the neighboring states or even the national level, they should be able to get benefit out of it, and they should be able to raise the public issues in these platforms. And it is, as the speakers told, these languages should not be a barrier. The people who discuss a particular issue in Tamil Nadu, that can be translated into any language across India, and they should be able to benefit out of the policies which they take, the orders which the government makes in addressing these public issues. That should be the model in which you people have to look at and improve your structure. That's what I would like to tell. And there is a lot of issues. Yesterday also we have discussed about cyber security. Cyber security is important. The data, it should not be jammed. These functions should be there, and most probably we will be looking at our own systems, NeVA, and will ensure that some security related upgradation will be there. If necessary, we will make a few group of people go into our issues of cyber security and do that. The next thing is the data. What the data which you are storing, the data. So data is going to be very important. We have seen because of the data, the way we conduct ourselves. I remember 10 years back I went to US, and one of my friends was putting the exact address and driving down and going this thing. Now that is available here. Now with the data, we have the maps, we have the ride sharing. You know who is the person who wanted to go, same thing. I think now people also hire now the apartments, co-hiring in the same place, you share depending upon the need. So those are all available in the data. Now all this data is changing the way we function. Now how this data is useful constituency wise or the national planning, what the assemblies with this data can give to the planner. For example, railway lane has to be made. A railway lane has to be made whether it is tied up with the members' demand in that particular area, how many times they demanded. I am sure I have seen the left hand doesn't know what the right hand does. There is never a synchronization. Railway lines keep on, they plan it as per themselves. It goes on to years together, 20, 30 years. I remember I was doing railway lines land acquisition, which are actually contemplated 50 years back. It's very painful to see why this 50 years, this thing. So these things, you should be able to, because this is the current discussions. The urgent, important matters of public discussions are taken up in your assemblies and you're taken up in the parliament. These are the issues which the public governance or public policies should address. So I am sure this, the interaction of the NeVA should be able to project the public outcomes, public good. That is more important. That perhaps in the future you should see. A program itself, NeVA, it doesn't mean anything to me. If it is result in a public benefit, that what you are going to give back to the departments as a feedback. Now it is a one-way traffic. We keep on questioning the government. You ask question, they will give some information. But is there any process which you go back, and also you go back across the countries, across 22 languages, what exactly we are trying to do? That is very important. Having said that, ChatGPT, Madam has told, that is a fantastic tool. I think I asked some time back, what does the parliament do? There are 10 points, which is much better than any of my section officer writing a note. 10 points, very good English. They have written this thing. So I thought I was very happy. If I know a few years back, I would not have wasted time, a lot of time in drafting so many files and this thing. But it is very good. So I think you should try. somebody can try it right now itself. There are 10 point exactly what the parliament does. So these are the issues. Again, I'm trying to tell. So when we deal with the government, a lot of technologies come. So I used to deal with earlier my assignments, a lot of IT proposals will come. And invariably, like when you start an inauguration, there's Ganesh is there, the puja is there. So every file will have blockchain technology, every file will have artificial, this thing, a subset of machine learning. So people used to come with me a lot of budget. So budget and the proposal is one thing. So I used to deal with a lot of these technologies when I was heading the transport. I was also looking at the agriculture, where the IoT is there, where the kind of necessity for the fertilizer and kind of the pesticides, those are being dictated in IoT and all. But those technologies, it's like walking into the library. What book which you require, what the members want, what is in the public interest. These are the things your program should be there. Most probably we would request continued association with them and how to improve NeVA. And the one caution which I am telling you is most of the states have started their own things. So I can't blame, because some of the states are advanced states. They have their own requirements, and then they must have started the program. But I would request, because the focus will be on the future, I request them to onboard or join the NeVA, so that we as a team will improve the collective one nation and one application. That is the idea. Staying separate, perhaps you lose out on the technological advantages and also funds. So some of the states, in fact, it is beyond my reason to understand why on a consideration other than the professional consideration, some states doesn't want it to adopt NeVA. But it has nothing, there is no this thing. We worked in the states, we worked in the center, it's all one and the same. I went to Delhi, even though we wanted to give 100% free funds to NeVA, they would not like. They have the other consideration other than professional consideration. Maybe perhaps the other day I went to Punjab. If they adopt the NeVA, perhaps the Delhi also can learn. So maybe Punjab, I think you should invite whenever you are having the seminar, you should also invite Delhi, that there is no, we are not putting bombs in NeVA that it explodes in Delhi or something like that. So you should convince them to. This is a tool, perhaps it is required to be upgraded. I think I see it's already, with this meeting today, I can see the requirement of an improvement, especially in the speech, in the context of how to handle the illiterates or people who are not interested in technology, and also and converting into various languages. These are the immediate necessity, and also the kind of storage and the kind of instruments which we are using it. Instruments also needed upgrade. A lot of requests I have seen, what kind of funds we are giving and what kind of the instruments which are available. These are the areas which we would like to focus, and we will continue our interaction with this. And with that, I will again thank all the panelists coming. But I thought I will put this in perspective. That is there is a bridge. What we are trying to do, we have a system, we know the other side of the story, what MLAs and MP comes, how the government functions. But the technology has to be dovetailed into it, so that it will be far-reaching changes in the assemblies, the way we presently see. That is what is the context. And thank you very much for spending the time. And we continue to have interaction.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Srinivas, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, for allaying all those important concerns on data set. But since emerging technologies are completely changing the way we live our lives, I'm sure we have a lot of questions. And Mr. Srinivas, please allow us to open the floor for the questions and answers, because perhaps we have the best and the sharpest minds in the tech world on the dais. Please address your questions.
10 minutes, I think 3 to 4 questions, madam. I think there's time limit also. 3 to 4 questions
Right,
we can control.
12 o'clock we break for tea. So,
Good morning. This is Sudipta Samant from ACMT Odisha. So I have the first question to Himami Man. The use of AI. As you know, many members are not that much literate. So in the e-book, what the question is appearing, so can we flag those questions which will be converted into sounds so that he can hear and so he or she can make it what will be answer. So in that way, what will be the how you will be using AI in relation to the machine language and how it will be successful and what are the challenges in it?
Thank you so much for the question. So it is not just written text-based questions that somebody needs to ask. The way I showed in the Jugalbandi app as well, that farmer was not literate. He could just use the audio. So anybody who doesn't want to type, whether he doesn't know how to type or he doesn't want to type for whatever reason, you can ask the question with audio. The speech-to-speech language translation will ensure that it is understood. And as I said, there are multiple dialects that are there which are comprehensible and understood. And that's what the technology will respond in. I'll give you another example. Air India Maharaja bot. It has gone live on generative AI, OpenAI powered by Microsoft, right? And all the information from so they've created a Delta Lake, which is information coming from the black boxes, coming from the Amadeus system, all the flight information that is coming in, the customer information, the traveler information, everything is coming into that one whole Delta Lake. And the bot will understand what is being asked, take the information which is internal to Air India, but exposed to the customer, and that is what will be brought out. So there is a security which is there as well. So it's not any information that will come out. So any language you can ask, it takes care of that speech-to-speech translation. I can also speak in, let's say, English. I can say, मुझे मेरी flight का status जानना है, or it could be Telugu and English, it could be Bengali and English. Any of those combinations, it can understand, translate, respond in the same language. So if I ask a question in Tamil, the system and all the information is back in backend, let's say in English, it translates to English, fetches it, translates back in Tamil and gives it back.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. My second question will be we are discussing in a floor, like on a topic, and that topic we have a recording. And suppose we are discussing that same topic after 5 years. So can AI can help us to integrate those audio recordings and can refer to those recordings so that it will be more useful?
Yes. So you'll need to just create one system, which is one lake where all of this information will be there, recordings from all the past that are there and the current recordings which will be coming in, etc. And the system, when you integrate the entire model, everything is available for AI to search, bring in from all of it. Similar to how ChatGPT, as people talked about, that's a consumer application. That's just one example of it, right? You can bring in all the information in one store for the government, and you can search on that as well.
Do we have more questions?
Ma'am, I have a question to Mr. Pankaj Sharma on Google Cloud. So we are at present we are having using the Maharaj Cloud. So don't you think that we should utilize like our critical data we should keep on the premises, and the other data we should keep it in the cloud, separating.
Yeah, so I would say that the the Megra's cloud, which you said is that the data is there on-prem, right? But at the same time, you can also have the critical data, and you have the country's critical data already running on public cloud. So it is a debatable topic. I would say that the mission critical data, if you want to keep it on private cloud, keep it on the private cloud. Just what as from the industry, what I can tell is that public cloud is as secure as the private cloud, even sometimes more secure. The reason is, I'll just give you an example. That for example, Google has got 9 services which are built on where there are more than 1 billion users, right? And Google is securing this entire information, which all of you are using, right? The same technology and the same intelligence which, for example, we have built, it's securing the data which you are putting in on the public cloud. So the data which could be related to identity and access management, granular control, encryption, and so many other things. The PII data, that if you want to remove the data which are related to, say, for example, credit card information or sensitive information can be removed. So there is a security which is available on the public cloud. So you can be rest assured to put your data on the public cloud. Today, for example, for health, Arogya Setu, CoWIN, lot of other applications which are already there on the public cloud, which are of critical nature. At the same time, most of the service providers, including Google, are coming up with hybrid kind of model, right? The biggest challenge which typically in cloud what happens is that on-prem can provide you infrastructure as a service. As an example, you can get VMs, right? And I come from VMware, and Megraj is running on VMware as earlier part of my organization. You can get that. But when you are talking of these advanced technologies like AI, generative AI, data analytics, the serverless technologies, API management, these are so many technologies which is very difficult to build on-prem. Close to, it is technical impossibility to have thousands of engineers build on-prem and build these technologies. So there is a model which is available, which is a hybrid model, that you keep some data, very critical data on-prem, but at the same time integrate it with the public cloud, and then make it secure, a secured hybrid cloud. So that model is available where you can leverage advanced technologies from the public cloud, and if you want to keep it, the critical data on the on-prem, that is also possible.
Yeah, thank you.
If I may add to what Pankaj spoke about, in addition to hybrid cloud, and it is your choice, what you want to keep on-prem, what you want to take it to public cloud, how you want to keep it in private cloud, and a combination of it. But there are other technologies, like for an example, for public cloud, so we have confidential computing, which is data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. So all the 3 places the data is secured with the help of the confidential computing. So we can talk to you about all of these separately offline if you want to get into more details.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, this is from Andhra Pradesh. Now, I would like to ask, you have just spoken about the GPT summarizing the, say what called session. Do you have this in NeVA?
Sorry, can you just repeat the last part of the question?
Do you have this in NeVA, the summarizing session you have talked about?
Yes, so Bhashini has it, and Bhashini can actually be leveraged for all the language, because that's a model that is there. So for NeVA, you can definitely do that, and that's how we are working with DigiSansad as well, to digitize everything, to summarize, to make it searchable and discoverable. Absolutely.
We'll work with few states who are interested, and perhaps we will try to see to it that in the state data, we'll try to test it maybe in how much time generally it takes, ma'am?
So, see, Bhashini model is ready.
Okay.
You just have to leverage it to build on.
So how much time it will take? Just 4 or 5 states we want to pick up. Maybe the first 9 states which have done the good work, they are already in live perhaps. These things we will do automatically. That is what we are supposed to do. Sure. Maybe we will work with you. I think somebody can note these discussions, and maybe
sure. So we'll
couple of months. We will work on it. All the state secretaries, at least the 9 states which are already live and all, what is exciting for them is to these kind of things which we should do.
Sure.
We will work with them.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot, our esteemed guests and delegates, for this fruitful and productive interaction. And time to express our gratitude to the biggest tech minds in the country who are present with us today in this workshop. I would request the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, to present mementos to these tech minds. Dr. Satyaprakash, please. Ms. Agarwal. Huge round of applause, please. Mr. Sharma. Mr. Shukla. Please join us for the group photograph. Thanks a lot. Let's break for tea and we assemble here by 12:30 p.m.
जी सर, ओ सर जी, एक मिनट। आपने खिंचवाया नहीं फोटो, गलती आपकी। तो कोई नहीं, मैं खड़ा होगी तो खींचे, तभी तो खड़ा हूँ यहाँ पे। गली जगह गली पहले, जगह गली पहले। भाई साहब इधर, यहाँ खड़ा हूँ जगह।
बोलो।
नहीं तो उसको बाद में करवा देंगे ना, ये उनको अपने लोगों को बुला लो, कहाँ है आप उनके साथ जो
Honorable delegates, please be seated. We'll begin our next session. Kindly be seated. I request all of you to please take your seats. Now, this is going to be a very, very important session where we are going to understand the end-to-end process of NeVA. The main modules will include Digital House, Bills module, Question module, Committee module, Reporters module, and Helpline system as well. That will be explained to us by the technical team. So may I please invite Shri Sanjeev ji, Senior Director IT NIC, Shri Samir Varshne ji, Program Manager NeVA, and also Arpit Tyagi ji, NeVA Coordinator, to make the presentation.
Respected Dr. Shatprakash Sir, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and Mission Leader also of this NeVA project. Today, I welcome all the dignitaries from the states, assemblies, government departments and NIC officers, NeVA nodal officers. All are here in this workshop. As you know, since yesterday and from the very beginning, those who have already boarded on NeVA and those who will be boarding NeVA, those who are even not on NeVA, but they will get the benefit from this workshop. After this workshop, I am sure for that. As you know, NeVA is one of the Digital India initiative being executed by Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs in collaboration with NIC. As you know, NIC is the technology partner and responsible for the development of NeVA. Today, all components of NeVA, it is very important, today all components of NeVA, that is House, Assembly, government departments and technology, all have assembled here. So I think it is one of the best platform for everyone because there is a need of collaboration between Assembly, between government departments, nodal departments and the technology partner that is NIC. Today all are here. So if any problem will be it can have the solution instantly and I hope this workshop will be beneficial for all of us. Today just we are going through the technical aspects what we have in the project because technical is those who have already come on NeVA, they know the technical things. Those still in MOU, they might be knowing little bit, but those who have not come on NeVA, they will be also knowing what are the modules, what are the components we have in the project so that they can have benefit in days to come. So for just PPT. Yes. It is an overview of the software what we have. NeVA is a complete suite consisting of public portal, that is web application, it is for the public, and the CMS, that is content management system, web application, and digital house and mobile app both in iOS and the Android. The very important thing is that all we have talked yesterday, DG NIC has already talked yesterday, today our Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Secretary also talked about the security. Just I can assure you that all these sites are security audited by the certain. Everything is 100% secure. So far the public portal, CMS, all these things are, I can assure you on behalf of NIC, on behalf of MOPA that it is 100% secure. It is totally secure, totally certified by the government agencies. It has been tested and till now it is totally free of any cyber security attack. Till date, we have not got any complaint against our NeVA site. Till date, we have not got that. For that, you should not have any fear from that point of view. And It is serverless. Serverless in the means you don't have to keep any server at your premise, because it will have lot of maintenance and security you will have to give to your server. So for that, it is hosted on government NIC Meghraj. That is accessible from anywhere, anytime you can have access, totally secured and taken care by the NIC and the dedicated NeVA team for this. And the second thing I would like to say that we have our data center at Bhubaneswar. At Bhubaneswar, we have data center that is totally managed by the dedicated team of the server security and data center team is there, totally dedicated for that. And our DR center, in case of any disaster it happens, then we have our DR site at Hyderabad. So both are maintained by the NIC and the competent persons who are there to look after that. Now, these are the NeVA public portal and CMS portal. These are the technology that I am showing to all of you that this is the state of the art technology that we have adopted. We are not lagging behind in the world. These technologies are up to the mark, state of the mark. You should not have any fear that this technology may fail. All these technology will not fail in any case. For example, I'm just giving a view. You can have the, I can also share the PPT with, we have the email IDs of all the dignitaries here who have come. We have email IDs. So after the workshop, I can also share the PPT with all of you. So I don't think I have to repeat all these things. It is available here. So these technologies we are well versed, we are doing for the last, since Bihar Council adopted the NeVA for the first time, and now the latest state is the Sikkim. So I don't think any complaints do come regarding the space, regarding the speed, regarding the any problem. But our NeVA team is always available. But in this context, I would like to say one having interaction with the officials and those who are working on the states on this project. Sometime actually. Sometimes small changes we have to need, because it needs customization of the 15 to 20% for all the states. We need as per the rules and procedures of a particular state. Here I think I would like to also say that some issues you may have, but our dedicated team is always available under the dynamic leadership of our Additional Secretary, Sri Satprakash ji, who is the mission leader of this project also. So we have a dedicated team that is available. For the first time, I still remember when Bihar Council started, even at the night 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, our team used to get the phone calls that we have to cope with the situation. Our team was available even in the night, and they were doing throughout and they got the success. Latest Sikkim, even Tamil Nadu, I would like to give the example of Tamil Nadu. Previously, when I think 1 month back, Tamil Nadu Secretary Sir Srinivas sir had come here. Then I had assured here, sir, for training, my team will go there to Tamil Nadu. As long as you are not satisfied, my team will be there. When your session starts, my team will be there till your session ends. So my team was there, and I am very happy to say that Tamil Nadu has already on board. And I think most of you will also get the benefit that I can assure from on behalf of my department. And now, this is the design and development of NeVA technical stack, that is digital house module we have. These are the technologies what we have opted for that. So it is visible on the screen also, so you can go through that. And mobile application, I have already told you that it is available on the both on Android and iOS. Now the last thing what I can also tell you, this is the based on the concept of one nation, one application, that is what we have talked already. So we have just multi-tenancy application that our technical team will also describe you if you want. That is centralized generic single application, massive data repository without having the complexity of multiple applications, paperless, electronic documentation, digital end-to-end process. So just I can conclude this, that these things are available for all of you. Even those states who have not boarded, we are even available for them also. If they say that our team should visit your office, your assembly, we can go there. If you need any training, even after that, we can also give you training for that. Just I can assure you on behalf of my additional secretary, who is the mission leader also. So we are free to give any assistance. My NSA officers are here. DG NSA has already told that we have to give all types of help as we give in every project. So this is one of the prime and the prestigious project of the Prime Minister. And assembly heads and also here, and the government nodal officers are here. So and NSA is here. So I think we will both collaborate and collide. And what Pankaj Shukla in the very first session had told that for survival we will have to adopt the change. That word was very important, that Pankaj Shukla ji has told that for survival we will have to adopt the change. If you don't adopt the change, our survival will be in trouble. So now I invite Samir Varsne to please come and just go through the technical aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Without any delays, I am going to explain you the brief overview about the NeVA software. So, how we are going to access our national e-Vidhan application? So, we have the domains available for NeVA public portal is neva.gov.in. CMS, that content management system that was internally used by the staffs of the Vidhan Sabha and government departments and the members of the assemblies for working of the process-based working of the applications. After that, we have a NeVA Digital House application that was ebook.neva.gov.in, and mobile applications are also available of the Android and iOS on the Play Store, Google Play Store and iTunes Store. State-specific legislatures domains are also available for getting the direct access to the portals of the Vidhan Sabhas. Now we are moving to the major modules. We have 17 major modules like admin, super admin, member modules, minister modules, question processing system, notice processing system, department module, list of business module to create the agenda creations. Digital House application consists of 3 components, that ebook, display, controller to run the house digital in the paperless manner. 10th module is e-laying module, bill management system, committee management system with inbuilt e-file system, reporter module, user management module, digital archival, public portal and mobile application. So I will give you the brief overview on these 17 modules one by one. So admin module basically used for the maintaining of the public site, in which we can upload the documents like questions, news, notices, bills, house session related documents. Super admin module basically used for the maintaining of the master datas like house, assembly, session related documents, sessions, session dates, members, ministers, rotation of ministers and constituency departments. Now we are moving to the next feature of the application is member module. So we have created one member portal for sending the questions online with the help of web application and mobile application. This is the major feature available in our applications. With the help of this, our members of the legislative assemblies can send the questions to the Vidhan Sabha directly. So what are the features available? That automatically diary will be done with the help of this NeVA. Real-time status can be seen of the questions available on the members dashboard. House session related will be available like question calendars, rotation of ministers, question list, list of business, revised list of business, house proceedings. Member can also send the queries that was for interrelated session questions which can be asked after the session. And this was also replied by the members and can see the replies on the mobile application as well as on the web dashboards. Members also can see the committee meetings of the committees, committee memberships and legislative businesses. Here we have a mobile dashboard of the members. It was 2F authentication based login available in our mobile application. That was also used for the online submission of the questions. Here member can send the questions with the help of speech to text. The member can send the questions within the seconds. The feature is available in our application that member can speech in any languages, and that was automatically converted into the text. So you can see all the glimpses of the mobile application that we have in the screens. Now suppose that question is received from the members directly to the Vidhan Sabha with the help of mobile application or web application. So we have a question processing management system that received from the members can be processed online by the Legislative House Secretariat using the workflow-based NeVA CMS applications. Once the question is received to the Vidhan Sabha, it will available on the diary section. Suppose the member is not able to give the questions online, so we have a procedure that member can submit the question offline. Here in the diary section, the question will be diaried offline also in the NeVA system. Once the question is diaried, then question branch will assign the question to the typist for typing. If question is available online, then there is no need of typing the questions in the NeVA portal. Only he can make the corrections. If the question is received online, then offline, then question need to be typed by the typist. After that, once the question is typed from the typist, it will goes to the proofreader. Proofreader will verify the questions and again send to the question branch. So question branch have the authority for bracketing the questions, clubbing the questions, rejecting questions. After doing the formalities of the questions, he will again forward to the question to the secretary. Once the question will be approved by the secretary, it will goes to the speaker login, and speaker will approve the question, and advance copy goes to the department, and department will able to create the replies on the initial approved advance copies. Once the advance copies is sent to the government departments, they are ready to create the replies and gathering the information according to the replies. After that, question branch will fix the question according to the fixing date. Once the question is fixed, then translator will generate the question book, computer record copy that was in 2 languages. So translator will convert that English to Hindi, English to Tamil, that we have our system in bilingual languages. Then once the CRC is generated, then again the copy of a computer record copy will be sent to the secretary for the approval. That was all. The approval will be done with the help of NeVA, that was in the digital format. Once the CRC is approved by the secretary, it will goes to the speaker, and final approval will be done by the speaker. Once the approval will be given by the speaker, it will automatically publish on the public portal, as well as government department will also be seen with the question with the fixing date and fixing number. This is the question processing flow, and now we are going to tell you what are the features in our question processing system. That facility to change the question type, bracketing and clubbing, advance copy of a question can be sent to the department before fixing the questions. Balloting of members, pre and post list is available. Tentative fixing of questions, bilingual CRC computer record copy can be generated on a single click. Fixed question transfers can be transferred to the another dates. Facility to change the department from one department to another department. Reports are available like complete status reports of questions, session monitoring reports, department change reports. We have a facility to publish the questions with the manual publishing utility according to the rules and directions of the Vidhan Sabhas. See, once the question is received to the government department will reply the questions online with the help of NeVA portal. So what are the menus we have given in the government department? That like questions, notices, bills, other papers, house committee reports. We have an also provision to send the supplementary material for the ministers. It will goes to the directly to the minister, not to the Vidhan Sabhas. So once the reply is attached by the Vidhan Sabha, they can also provide the supplementary replies for the ministers. This is the dashboard for the government departments. So lots of menus are available. Once the reply is draft, it will available in the draft replies. Then once the question is sent by checking the click box, it will available in the reply sent menu. So after that, we are going to create the list of business. Here, what we have seen that question is received from the members. We have processed inside the Vidhan Sabha and sent to the government department. And department sent the replies to Vidhan Sabha. Now we are creating the digital agenda with the help of list of business module. The list of business module allows to create, manage and schedule the agenda for a day. Document management system is available, provide features to upload, store and manage various parliamentary documents. Classification and classifying of different business types of businesses like bills, questions, governor address, budgets. Our agenda can be created simultaneously in 2 languages, that was in English as well as in the state regional language. Online approval of the agenda can be given by the secretary and or higher officials. List of business can be revised at any point of time. Options to upload supporting document via local machine is also available. If suppose that department is not able to send the any document with the help of online portal, so they can also provide the pen drive, so they can also upload in the list of business module. Once the list of business is created, our ebook, that this is the dashboard for the list of business creations that we can create, pending, submitted, annexures. We have to select the date. Once we will select the date, that interface will be open for creating the list of business. Once the list of business is created and approved by the higher authority, automatically it will create the digital house application, digital agenda for digital house application. So this is our public portal. Once the list of business is approved by the higher authority, it will available on the public portal like this. Now we are talking about the digital house application modules and components. What we have in digital house application, that NeVA ebook is available for working in the paperless manner inside the house. Digital display board is available. E-voting can be done with the help of NeVA. E-attendance, once the member is logged in with our NeVA portal within the house, that automatically attendance will be marked. We have a house productivity report, talk time management, speaker pad is available, minister pad is available. Unscheduled event can be managed with the help of this application. Birthday wishes are available. Notes, annexures and circular and information can be sent within the house by uploading the documents with the help of NeVA. We have an e-chat facility for chatting communication between the speaker and secretary and administrative secretary to the ministers. This feature eliminates the chat system inside the house. Some buttons are available of the ebooks like rules of the house, attendance of the house and reports. These are the buttons available by which user can click and get the documents available inside the house. This is the screenshot for the ebook where the question is available with the reply with question number, subject, member, department and question text. By clicking on the reply button, the document will be available to the members in the PDF format. This is the chatting system. We have given provided the windows in 3 formats. User can draw with the help of pen and send to the secretary. And we have a typing option also. If there is a keyboard is available, then he can type and send to the secretary or ministers, interchanging the translations. Now we have a controller dashboard. In the controller dashboard, we have the basic features. Controller is the very important part of our digital house application. He controls the entire house proceedings of the day as per the direction of the chairs. His action will be reflected on the display screens which was available inside the house. What are the functions he can operate? Change in chair, time of chair, start and stop timer, LOB, question display of current events, flashing of any important message, members start stop time, unscheduled events. Suppose that 0 hour is not a part of the list of business agenda, so controller can create an event and display on the display board. Selection of the ministers, members and e-voting can be done with on the direction of the speakers on the event available inside the house. you can see the controller dashboard. Here the controller can select the events accordingly. This is the house display screen which was available on the display board. That was welcome screen. Once the house starts, it will reflect like this. Once the proceeding will going on inside the house, on the left side you can see the questions which was asked by the member. On the top of the front, that speaker's photo, name of the speaker. On the right side, photo of the member who is asking the question, and speaking time is available, how much time he has invested for giving the replies. This is the screen for voting panel. Once according to the direction of the speaker, voting is start, it should reflect like this. On the tablets of the member, that one pop-up will be displayed with consist of event and counter time for selecting the vote, yes, no's, abstain. Once he will select the yes, no's or any options, the vote is cast and result will be displayed automatically on the display board like this. Some of the important reports are available in our ebook. That was self-attendance report of members login, party-wise total member present in the selected session date in speaker logins, list of all member present on selected session date, that was on speaker login, speaker chairman participation report, that was also available on speaker login, party-wise participation report with number of participation done by the member, it was also available on the speaker login. Member participation reports with the number of participations also available on the speaker reports. That voting result is also available on the speaker login. Once the document is, that house is run with the help of paperless manner, then we have created one e-laying facility for laying of the documents such as bills, report, questions and other materials. So you can see the screenshot of the dashboard. With the help of this screenshot, user can lay the paper. Once the document is electronically laid, the paper is made available on the public portals for the citizens. So this is our public portal. You can see all the documents is available in the paper laid documents with the document attached, whatever the documents is laid inside the house. Now I will request Mr. Arpit, please continue. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon all. Thank you Samir ji for explaining all these modules for us. So these are the modules which are of lately adopted by our live states, and some of these are one of the new modules which are in adoption stage. So I will be quickly taking those and telling you only in a brief, but as we are getting requests from various houses that some of the modules are not activated or some of the modules are not available. So these all, whatever we are showing you here, are ready to use. You can use these modules uprightly. So I will start with the bill module. So as a journey of bill, all of you starts from a origin department. So that is how we have built this system. From an origin department, you can send a bill to the law department also for vetting. Then from the law department, it can come back to the owner department. It can go to cabinet through our system. It can get a vetting and approval. The minutes of the meeting of the cabinet can be put to that bill, and it can be sent back to the owner department, and it can be sent finally to the legislative house. And we have also given some shortcuts to do this. Like if a state is not in a state, the vetting is not possible through NeVA system, so you can do that part as you are doing right now. You can only send the bill directly to the house through respective department. So that is how step by step you can adopt this module. Wherever your comfort lies, if you are ready to do whole the process, we have whole the process also. If you are you want us to skip this cabinet thing, you can skip that. If you want to skip the vetting part, you can skip that also and directly send the bill to the legislative house. So that is how this bill module is ready to be used, and I would request all the states to use this, to start using this system, and so that we can also get some data out of it, that where we are lagging and we can make it more better. Next is our committee management system. In committee, we have tried to keep all kinds of committees, their formation, their types, their constitution, their meetings, all are catered in this system. Legislative assemblies can even book rooms and other venues for committees. They can send all the relevant material to MLAs and MLCs for upcoming committees. All the information relating to committees are on mobile app, public domain. So on a single click, a member would be able to know that what are the committees which will be, meetings are scheduled for the week, for the month, and for his committees. The member, if the member is a part of more committees, he will be able to segregate those and accordingly plan his committee systems according to. Coming to reporter module, in reporter module we have got lots of feedback from you people. So we have incorporated many of those, and right now we have given all the options of assigning things to the reporters. We have tried to even incorporate some speech to text therapy so that can be used here. And we are working on various other things in this reporter so that we can make it more intuitive and more user-friendly for the reporters. Also, there was some request for editorial and synopsis modules. We are developing those in this reporter module itself, and they will be live very shortly. So all the uncorrected debates can be made through this system. We are also facing another issue of audio retrieval. Audios are recorded at local level in assemblies and legislatures, I mean to say, and we have to bring it back to our system and give it to the reporters. So on this thing also we are working, and shortly we'll be able to give these audio samples also to our reporters so that they can do their proceedings. Next in this reporter modules, all the features, all the things which are done in the assemblies are catered by this, creating a time slot, creating a roster, assigning time slots to the reporters, preparation of turn-wise events, submission of the turns to the chief reporters, and compilation of all those things, and even publishing. All those things, the debates can be published in a real-time fashion to our public portal. Then user management is one of the critical modules. The houses which are live might have used this. So we have a role-based system. So every user, whether it is from the legislative side or from a department side, they have to create a login. So we have a simple process of this. I will not go into detail how to go about this, but please make all the users for your stakeholders so that even if for committees, for bills, users are not prepared, so prepare those users also so that those modules also you can start using. Then we have recently developed this archival module where all the metadata management is there and all the historical past records of the houses. They have a rich legacy. So that could be put to the system. Then only we'll be able to put some advanced AI tools so that retrieval could be much relevant and much faster. So in this module also, we are organizing various trainings, and I would request the houses which are planning to adopt this module to request us a full-fledged training. We will be happy to help you in digitizing of your historical data. So once all this data is coming to the NeVA system, any type of search retrieval we will be trying to give it to you. Anything relating to question, notices, bills, and all the past data in a search and retrieval format. In a metadata form, you have to save it, and we can search and retrieve it for all the users. It is a public portal, so even public at large, media person, researchers, all the people will be benefited through this. This is our public portal. Some of the houses have already shifted to it and are using it as their website. So it is also a good initiative because you need not to put everything on the website and rely on some third person. You can straight away put your data on your application, and once you hit publish, it is directly going to the websites. So this is how some glimpse of public portals are. You get every information regarding your legislative houses, their business, their upcoming agendas on this portal. Similarly, all these data in a very, very similar format, we have tried to give it to mobile application also, so that the users, the members who might not be so tech savvy would also be able to use it in a click and find and retrieve format. So mobile application works very, very similarly as the public portal, and each and everything which is going live on the public portal is also live on the mobile application also. So that is all from our side right now. We would love to have some queries if anybody wishes to have some.
Hello.
Yes, please.
I am from
Ma'am.
NIC Odisha. I'm asking that our question answer module is implemented.
Ma'am.
But the notices is online, fully online.
Notices you can send online, ma'am. No issues with that. If any specific notice is there, we can see about it.
The
Yes,
process
ma'am.
flow, process flow is completely
Yes, ma'am.
online. Okay. Then second question regarding that question reply module. There are a lot of questions coming in the session time. So NeVA should have provision to check the duplicate questions so that assembly can club that question.
Okay, ma'am, your suggestion is noted. I will see technically how we can go about it.
AI should be implemented there.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me respond. Someone from Andhra was also asking whether this AI kind of things are there in the NeVA or not. First of all, we should understand that for implementation of artificial intelligence, we should have data. NeVA is a nascent project and only 9 states have started working on it. Can you tell me how many states, how much data they have put into the system? First of all, we have to have data. Only then artificial intelligence can be used. And why we call these 3, you can say, representatives from giants? Because we are knowing what actually you want. We want to be relevant. We want that best technology should come. So, we will be catering to your all needs, but first let us have some basic data. We should be putting our data. What Andhra, we will not be able to show you anything because we are not having even names of your members there and on the system. So, artificial intelligence and all those things will be used. We will be using such kind of things. Yesterday, I also told you everybody that that kind of facility we will have. Recently, when we were interacting with legislators, they told us that, sir, suppose someone is speaking in Hindi in Parliament of India, and I am from Tamil Nadu. On the real time basis, I will not be able to understand what actually he is saying. Suppose minister is speaking, and some member wants to immediately respond. He will not be able to respond because he is not understanding Hindi. So what is the solution for us? We should be provided the facility like immediately on the screens, whatever he or she says, someone says, that should be reflected in whatever language he or she is speaking, and then in my own language also, whatever language I understand, I should be able to see it before me, and if possible, simultaneous translation also. This is a big ask. And I have talked to these people who were there in the last session many a time. As of now, they are also not having fully, you can say, foolproof system. They are not able to cater to all our needs. They say, we can provide you certain, you can say, solutions, but they will be flawed. And I myself have stated to the legislators, sir, with disclaimer, that whatever best technology is available in the universe, we will try to provide that to you. But beyond that, we will not be able to. So, let us first commit ourselves that we should be having data. With their help, latest technologies we will use and we will be serving all. Thank you very much.
Sir,
yes,
excuse me. I can. I have 3 questions, sir. Though we are not on board, I have confusion, so I want to clarify. First is on the attendance module. Is it geofenced?
It is?
Geofenced? Like if a member is outside the house.
Yes, yes, yes.
Because we are providing this facility within house only. We cannot provide a member sitting in his constituency and he will say that I am present in the house. As of now, we are not having that kind of, you can say, provisions that members can be anywhere and they can participate in the proceedings.
That was a confusion,
yes. And these kind of restrictions can always be there. Whatever things are we are providing within the house.
No, I mean, if in our house in Assam, during the time of COVID, because we had come out of that COVID phase, we have to always keep in mind that in future also we may have that kind of a situation to face. So because of the space constraint, we used to make the members sit in divided manner. So in not in the particular house, but in a committee room, we made them sit like that. I'm asking
If you want, if your rules permit, and if a person who are in the control of things, they want that kind of things, they can do it.
Yes.
They can allow members participation from anywhere if they want.
In the premises.
Yes.
Yes.
Technology allows it.
Yep. Thank you, sir. My next question, sir, I want to know about the balloting procedure, how you do it, like balloting.
Balloting?
Yes.
Actually, while they were preparing these, you can say, presentations, they were having all this, hundreds of slides they were having.
Right.
So I told there will be people who will be sitting there.
Yes.
They may not be interested on all these things.
Yeah.
So I, you can say, specifically asked them, please just have simple things which can be understood by one and all there. And if required, these things can be explained to individual legislatures.
Yes.
Either they can go there or your people can come to our CPMU and they will explain those things in detail to you.
Yes, sir.
And in case you can say somewhere you want some kind of tweaking in between, that is possible. Localization provision is also there.
Yes, sir. Can I get it by mail or something like that? The procedure, the models or something, some explanation?
For trial, we can allow them access to their own system. They can see it.
Sir, ma'am, right now also we are using a randomizer system where you put in some of the questions and you select it for a day. And you make a pool of, for example, like all the start questions. Start questions are coming before and they are being finalized. Now you have to make a list and select a 1 to 20 questions. So on which we have a randomizer system, which I will share with you also if you want the background of that. And using that randomizer, the system generates question, gives serial number to 1 to 20 serial number, for example, for that particular day. So that's how it is done.
Yes.
So similarly, it is done across, the CHIT system is a similar kind of randomizing system only. So the digital replication of that is we are using in our balloting system. That can be used by.
But randomization is different from state to state. It differs.
That we will see, ma'am.
There are some logic.
Yes, ma'am. We have put it the one algorithm that for randomly balloting can be done of the members and randomly questions will be selected of the members. After the selecting of the members, then you have to fix the questions according to your choices. So basically balloting is done of the members.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Can I go to the next question, sir? Yeah. Thank you. Sir, if there is no connectivity between the house proceedings, is there any provision to adapt to that?
Yes, because I told you yesterday also that when house starts, basically before that all preparations are done.
Right.
And what do you call that?
Locally.
Backup kind of thing?
Local ebooks.
Local user, but you can say everything is there in your system.
Right.
And in between, if you don't want to make any changes, then your house will run for, you can say, whole day.
Yes.
But in case you want to supplement something and connectivity is not there, in digital mode, it may not be possible. Yes. But in between, you can physical intervention can be done. And if connectivity is restored, immediately your things can be improved, like you are having list of business.
Right.
And if you are able to, you can say, revise your list of business, then according to the revised list of business, your house will start running.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, SIO NIC West Bengal. Just as we have NIC mini data centers in the states also, as well as states are also having, I'm from NIC West Bengal.
Okay.
NIC mini DCs are there at the state level, as well as state governments are also having robust data centers, at least in Kolkata. They are keeping their major applications in their state data centers. Is there any provision if they decide to basically locate their primary instance at the state level, is it will be allowed, or it should be necessarily at the cloud infrastructure of Delhi?
As per the policy or as per the mandate of the, you can say, project, it has to be on the cloud. But in case someone wants, this kind of decision can be taken. But I am not understanding, you are a technical person.
Right.
And just before this session, people were saying that what are the benefits of having data at one place, and you want artificial intelligence, you want latest technology kind of things, and if you are having your data in silos,
No.
You yourself will be losing benefits. You will be sharing your data with others, others will be sharing data with you.
I'm just raising some, this kind of issues actually in.
And moreover, where you should be raising these questions if you find that there is any threat to the privacy or to your data. I told you that data is in a secured system, and these technical people are saying sometimes your local data can be theft, and at central data it is more secure. So if you want to have, you can at your own cost and all those kind of things, and you are the master of your thing. I think there should not be any problem, what I feel.
I'm no one actually.
Besides, you can say sharing it to the Meghraj, besides hosting your things at Meghraj, at your own cost, if you want to store it somewhere in your own assembly, or I think that there should not be any problem at all.
Both the data center of
No, actually, I'm
sir,
not.
both the data centers are of NIC, so maybe on central.
So they can have it. They can have it. And if it is of an NIC, then I should not be using words. Why they are duplicating things?
No, I am not actually, or NIC is not suggesting at all.
Okay.
This question may come when
this
MOU will be discussed.
Okay.
That's not from my side.
Okay.
What should be our position from NIC side? Because
Your position should be that if they are hell bent that we should be having our data at local server also, I think there should not be problem on our side.
Okay, sir.
Provided you host your data on Meghraj also.
Right. Because these issues may come when we will discuss with the assembly authorities, the government. That's why I thought let it be clarified.
You should be taking single line. You should be saying that 9 states have already done and so many states are going for this, and it is in national interest. It is in the interest of public.
Yes.
Okay.
This is of course.
There are inherent challenges in maintaining the two sites. So it is advisable that it should be on a single platform and at a single location, so that manageability of the things should not hamper. Yes. Because at times we have seen instances that we are getting out of resources, and that may not face at Meghraj cloud also. Yes. So it is advisable that we should have a central location.
Hello, sir. Local data centers may be threat to the whole ecosystem. If they are not managed properly, through that route, you can say a whole system can be held in.
Sir, we are doing the replication of the servers also. That we have DR site in the Hyderabad and DC site in the Bhubaneswar. Even the deployment architecture of the NeVA is approved by the higher level meetings of the NIC.
Sir, yes, sir. I have question also, sir.
Sir, Gujarat.
Yes, actually, in our state, we have around, apart from English, the official language, we have Khasi and Garo also. But Khasi and Garo is not in the 8th schedule. We want, we have received dozen of proposal from third vendor that they want to translate the English proceeding and all business of the house into Khasi and Garo. They asked suggestion from me, and I asked from one official of NIC only. So they said that it will be available in NeVA also. Can we get when it will be available, sir, so that we can also process accordingly?
I told you that we have not provided it, you can say, for so many states. And you are talking of a language which is not in even schedule. we are committed to, provided we have that kind of facility somewhere. But first of all, whatever languages are being used officially in legislatures, we will be catering to those languages, and thereafter we will certainly cater to others if we can. We will be, but I am not committing as of now, because these Google and all those, they may not be having that kind of facility.
Sir, Gujarat.
Good afternoon, sir. From Arunachal Pradesh. Sir, as per the your slide shows and discussions since yesterday, Arunachal has not onboarded NeVA. But it is to bring to your notice that it was implemented once in Arunachal Pradesh, that is 28th of August 2020. During that time, there was an issue where speaker has said that certain things has to be enabled. The most important thing was that chat and cheat system has to be enabled for every member one-to-one. And correspondences were made, and I had talked with Samir and Arpit as well. But then till date it has not been done. So my suggestion would be that the speaker is the sole authority. He has the discretion to do anything in the house. So the speaker should be given the authority to enable certain things in the NeVA, so that it has to be customized as per the house of every state. So that if that facility can be added, I think NeVA can be very properly rolled out in every state.
You are from Arunachal Pradesh?
Yes, sir.
So, as far as my knowledge goes, you are not even today on the platform. You are not using, you have not given complete information on the NeVA.
Yes, implementation kiya hai, and regarding this, there was correspondence. Bhola bhi gaya tha.
Please, are you in a position to show? Because I am constantly monitoring it. Your master data is not there even.
No, sir.
You please.
I have user IDs of all MLAs, secretaries that can be shared, and Samir and.
And as you said, this software is a general kind of software, and this software is not for MOPA. This software is for you people. Yesterday someone was saying that it is your baby, but we are bearing it. और वी आर हम इसको पाल रहे हैं आगे. मैं कहता हूँ कि ये बेबी भी आप ही का है, पालोगे भी आप ही, हम तो आपको असिस्ट कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, हमें आप असिस्टेंट से ज़्यादा मत मानिए कुछ भी. फैसिलिटेटर्स हैं हम आपके, हम मास्टर्स नहीं हैं बिल्कुल भी. हमारा काम तो सिंपल सिर्फ आपको हेल्प ही करना है.
सर, आई हैव अ स्पेसिफिक क्वेश्चन related to the same issue regarding the rules.
We will be having question answer. I hope that you are not delaying your own lunch.
No, I don't mind taking the lunch.
Okay.
The subject matter is that initially, from the day when the NeVA was conceptualized, it was assured there would be state-specific changes which would be carried out accordingly.
Yes.
So basically, suppose I take, for example, taking notices or maybe questions, we might be following certain procedures and rules according to our house. Ultimately, when the question is answered, once the question is taken, becomes a part of the agenda of the house, the question is answered. When it goes to the central database, it goes to the NeVA platform for the public consumption. So public is at large. Andhra Pradesh would be interested if a question was raised in UP assembly, what was the answer? They would not be interested, what has gone behind it.
Obviously.
So when we can expect state-specific versions of NeVA? For example, in UP, we are facing that challenge and we are not able to move ahead.
You are not able to see your own questions and answers.
I'm not specific to question, I just gave an example. There are a lot of other procedural issues.
But our system works only on that principle, that we are having state-specific instances, state-specific, you can say, every system. Like you notices will be received, and whatever kind of notices you want to add, you can add. Like today we are having 0 hour, 377, so many things. And if some states are having more, you can say, modes of raising issues, they can always be added. You can request our team. They will be adding it because they were the whole system work on the same principle. And then reply your questions should be there in your system. Your replies should be there in system and in a well managed manner, like session wise, time wise, everything is there. And if you are not having, then we will see what is the problem. We will ensure that these things are done.
In a nutshell, we are looking forward to more of, bridging this gap. The more the bridge, this gap is bridged, we would be maybe moving very faster towards 100% adaptation in UP. 100% adaptation of that thing.
We are very thankful that you have been one of the foremost states, and we will be bridging that gap. We are a small team, and yesterday I told you everyone that you should not be treating us as aligned people. They are alienated people. They are from some other world.
No.
We are part of you.
Sir, we never
and we will together will be doing these things.
Yeah, we'll be doing it together.
You just give a call to us. You just you can say ask us to come. We will come and our team will visit you and we will resolve your issues.
Right. Yes. Thank you.
Sir, Gujarat.
अभी हम क्वेश्चन आंसर सेशन एक इसके बाद सेक्रेटरी साहब के साथ रखेंगे. इन केस बहुत अर्जेंट है, यू कैन आस्क स्टिल. और
अच्छा, छोटी सी बात थी. वी आर यूजिंग पब्लिक पोर्टल एज अवर ऑथोराइज्ड वेबसाइट. वी हैव डाउन आवर ओन वेबसाइट प्रीवियसली, and as soon as NeVA launched the public portal, we are using it since long. When we upload something, it is reflected in that notice board, but not the appropriate head that created on website or mobile app.
Okay. It means some issues are there
yes.
somewhere.
Yes.
In CMS, those are required to be handled immediately.
Excuse me, sir. One is improvisation of committee module. Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
Module by creation of user-friendly reports, sir, with hyperlinks wherever needed to various related documents. As far as PAC is concerned, reference is made about PAC AG reports and earlier reports, and all those things have to be hyperlinked, sir. So definitely, for strengthening of the committees is the must, sir.
I think that facility can easily be provided. Hyperlinking facility is there if your people, because every module has got the facility of putting as many documents as you want,
yes.
As annexures or as additional things. So if you want, you yourself or your committee may have to decide that today we are looking after this subject. This is the particular subject. And on this subject, these are the reference materials. And if you put it there in the system, it will be reflecting and our team will help you.
Yeah. Already I have requested.
Yes, they will. They will help you. They will help you.
And one more. Members are giving 2 or 3 questions on the same subject. Duplication has to be avoided. Is there any cross mechanism for verification?
As of now, we are not having, because for that only I told you that artificial intelligence we have to use, such kind of things we have to use. We are working on it once we have some sufficient data, because only on data that system will learn. Yes. Without having data, that's software will also not learn. That will not also give correct results also.
Yes. Okay. Another one, sir. My humble request, and all our staffs are traditional staff, and they have followed only physical mode and all those things. Now we are changing to digital mode, and I request Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs at least to deploy or employ permanent employees and grant for that purpose for 3 years at least. Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs may additional grant may be granted.
Additional grant?
Yes.
How much
Employing permanent.
Sir, I'm telling you.
Permanent?
Yeah, just I'm telling you, I had talked with the secretary, sir, just few hours back. I will talk to DG sir also. In fact, he's saying that some people from NIC should be there, exclusively there in the Vidhan Sabha to look after it. So we have generally in Vidhan Sabha, we have coordinator, apart from NeVA coordinator, we have other coordinator also. So sir, I will actually talk to DG sir for this issue, then I will apply.
ठीक है. if that can be done, we have no problems.
Okay.
But you all know that we are providing money at least for 3 years, and that is more than sufficient. But I always request that we should be banking upon our own people, so that in future we are not found in a lurch, that now they are required to go, and now how we should be dealing with this situation. This working on this system is very, very simple, just like WhatsApp.
But I
Yeah.
have to bring my staff to the...
I think now we should be closing the session. Your lunch is getting delayed. You please have your lunch. Yes.
I am Nodal Officer NeVA, Tamil Nadu. In the e-voting, the provision has been made for yes, no's and abstention. I think provision for neutral votes may also be provided, because there may be
Abstention is neutral? Abstention, what abstention means? I am not saying yes, no, or?
No, sir.
But abstention means also the same thing.
No, he will away from the house. He is not present.
Dekho, abstaining means not absent. Abstaining is a, you can say, terminology used that suppose 100 members are there, 80 says yes, 10 says no, 10 says we are not either for yes or no. Abstention means that only.
Oh, then you have to change.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
delegates are requested to take their seats. Silence. Take your seat. No secretary is coming. Delegates are requested to have their seats. Now secretary sir will come. Because there is a small session of question and answer. After that, Honorable Minister of Law will also come.
Kindly be seated. We'll just begin the session. Welcome back. I hope all of you've had delectable lunch. Now this is again very, very important session, an open house Q&A with the Secretary of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and the Additional Secretary of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Please pose your question. I hope all the answers and all the issues that you have would get addressed by the Secretary of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Over to you.
Before you pose your questions to us, we are giving opportunity to Punjab legislature. They are also having some queries and they have requested that we want to put those queries in a shape of small presentation. To let them put that first, thereafter we will be inviting other questions.
Actually, they are not questions. Punjab wanted to show that in spite of the difficulties, they are doing the NeVA. That is what they want to tell. In spite of the problems, they are doing the onboarding in NeVA. And also perhaps they would request all of you to overcome the problems and then get on to NeVA. That is what is the, if I understand. No? That's what you are trying to tell.
Thanks for correcting, sir. Srinivas sir, Secretary MOPA, Dr. Satyaprakash sir, Additional Secretary MOPA, dear friends, good afternoon. Sir, first of all, thanks for organizing such a wonderful workshop, which has really given us a lot of insight into the happenings that's taking place across the country, and also given us a chance to interact with our colleagues and officials from the Vidhan Sabhas across the country. During our visit to Punjab on 22nd May, the interaction we had was really quite helpful in giving us a direction. And this opportunity to us to make a small presentation would be really very helpful in actually going forward. We had the 8 presentations yesterday, and it is to assure you that we would be the 9th state rolling out NeVA at a full stretch. Before I make a small presentation, basically I would share my experiences over the period of time in actually rolling it out. I would have a small message from the Chief Minister during the Vidhan Sabha session. So we have already had 2 paperless sessions, budget sessions in the Vidhan Sabha, and a small video. Video, please.
बोले ना पर हाँ असी क्योंकि इनू मेरी स्पीकर साहब नाल गल हुई है बजट वित्त मंत्री साहब ने करना अगले सैशन तो पहला तुहाडे मूहरे कंप्यूटर तुहाडे मूहरे कैमरे वड्डियां स्क्रीनां इस आपां मुकद्दस हाउस नू एक मैं कहना नमूने दा हाउस बनावांगे ताकि बाहरले स्टेट वाले देखण आया करन कि इन्हां दी.
So for the convenience of those who couldn't understand Punjabi, as Chief Minister Honorable Shri Bhagwant Manji, he has just mentioned in the House during the session that NeVA we would be having complete e-Vidhan running in the session, in the Assembly, and he has set us a target. We have taken it as a challenge and we would surely be rolling it out. And sir in the morning mentioned that we have to get Delhi also onboarded, so that's another target that has been set for us, and we would be inviting and also getting Delhi also. So I'll be just making a small presentation. Can I have a presentation, please? Yeah, so this is the first slide. Basically, it is when the project was started with the first installment in October 2020 after the approval of DPR. We started with the project, and our first stress was on to getting the infrastructure set up. So the priority was to have an infrastructure, because in Punjab, we didn't have the connectivity, we didn't have IT cell, all those things were lacking. So unless we have a complete setup to actually roll out something, it would have become a big challenge for us. So we started with the networking, we started with a small IT cell and all the facilities, and also started interacting on a regular basis. We had a couple of meetings under the chairmanship of Honorable Speaker, Punjab Vidhan Sabha, Sardar Kultar Singh Ji, and we had this proposal of the devices. So it was approved to have Apple devices, although for the honorable members for their houses, it was a laptop proposed as per the proposal, but he suggested that it would be better if the same device they use at home would be more fruitful. So Punjab government, the additional expenditure that was to be incurred of 2.48 crore, so that was released by Government of Punjab, so that they have the same feel for the devices. So it's Apple iPad 14 inches that would be placed. We have placed the order for it. Next. Yeah. So the first phase, after we had submitted the utilization of the first phase, I'll just touch upon the challenges. The biggest challenge we faced was the heritage status of the building, and that too with Punjab having no control over it. It was totally under UT administration, and as sir mentioned in the inaugural session yesterday, even to fix a nail in the wall required a permission. So we had a visit to the hall, and how to have those power sockets, how to have those networking was a big challenge, which really took some time, but ultimately we succeeded, and we have the complete passive work done. We have complete Wi-Fi enabled house, and based on which we could also run 2 sessions of this budget sessions. NIXI has been very helpful. Our Department of Governance Reforms has been very helpful. Punjab Vidhan Sabha has been very helpful. The complete procurement and all was done through NIXI, and the Governance Reform Department also equally participated in it. For the infrastructure establishment, we had this NeVA Seva Kendra, which is now ready. Sir also paid a visit to that center. We have IT cell, full-fledged IT cell with the team deputed. NIC also has been provided space in the Vidhan Sabha, which although space is a big crunch, but our Honorable Secretary, Joint Secretary Vidhan Sabha, of course, under the Speaker, have always been very proactive. We have got full support from them. That's the reason why we have been able to make it successful. We have a UPS setup, network control room, and also house control room in the Vidhan Sabha. If ever any states, upcoming states would like to, have a view of it, you're most welcome to Punjab, and we'll show you how we have done it. The final UC was submitted. Next, please. In second phase, after we got the second installment, we submitted all the utilization certificates to MOPA, and we could get the second installment. And we divided the procurement of devices into 2 parts: the touchscreens for the house and the other IT infrastructure, which we separated as a separate tender. The procedure that we adopted was we initially set up a technical specification committee, which actually finalized the specification. NIC, DGR, Punjab Vidhan Sabha, all those contributed and specified. Then we rolled out an expression of interest. We had, we finalized, we had an expression of interest and many bidders came, and we actually installed the devices in the house and gave everyone a chance to have a look at it and also give their inputs. So finally, we could specify for the touchscreen the make and the model. And for the other devices, we could specify the detailed specification. We floated the tender for the touchscreen devices in the house, which has been placed, the order has been placed, and we shall soon be getting those devices. And for other things, the process has been started. So we are likely to get it by end of June, and then the things would be running, because we are totally ready with it. Also, NIXI, after those approvals, we have got the core manpower approval, and we have started the process of hiring that manpower. Next, please. We have these 5 committees working to make it successful. High-level Apex Committee under the overall directions, guidance of Honorable Speaker, Punjab Vidhan Sabha, and its members being the ministers, leader of opposition, MLAs, administrative secretaries, Department of Governance Reforms, and NIC. So we regularly have the meeting, and it is always ensured that in the meeting, any of the issues are resolved. So that has been the biggest success for us, because very critical, which I'll be coming up in my next couple of slides, we have been able to sort out those issues. State Project Monitoring Unit, Management Unit has also been under the chairmanship of Secretary Punjab Vidhan Sabha, Surinder Palji, has been meeting regularly and resolving the issues. There's a technical committee headed by Dharmesh Sharma, our Senior Director IT, who is leading the project with his team. Financial part has been taken care of by Department of Governance Reforms, and we are sorting it out at any stage that the issue comes. Next, please. So we had two issues. The biggest issue was of system integrator. That issue was resolved because we could sit and had a long discussion, and we could make the Vidhan Sabha understand. And finally, because of the issue of confidentiality, financial burden and all, we could close it. I'll just go through the 2-3 slides in quick succession. Next slide, please. Other issue was, which my colleague from West Bengal also raised in the morning, access. So we gave them 3 options: hybrid mode, or a on-prem mode like we have in Himachal, or cloud mode that NeVA suggests. And we could convince them with all the reasons, and finally they agreed for actual NeVA model of cloud deployment. Next, please. We are thankful to Secretary Sir, because we have been sanctioned some funds to organize a workshop, which we are shortly going to organize. Would also invite Sir Delhi team, so that we can showcase, and hopeful to get them also onboarded. So it's likely to be organized by mid of June. Next, please. We are also would be brainstorming on NeVA 2.0, would integrate it with Parichya, and also e-office, so that the complete response and all would flow through it, and also with Sandesh for instant messaging and chat. And this last slide, we have this, next slide, and this is the last slide. MLA e-Connect, because the process of MLAs and all, we have CM Nirdesh in the CM office running, and for my constituency for MLAs, so that would also be seamlessly integrated with NeVA, so that the complete process is end-to-end and no manual intervention is required. Thank you so much.
Now, floor is open for questions.
Sir, this is Sudipta Samant from Odisha. So this is regarding the digital archive module. So in that module, we are having a question module. In that, one question PDF is done for the one question. But for our legacy data, where 30 questions have been clubbed together to make one PDF. So and for unstar question, there is around 100 questions have been clubbed together to make a PDF. So how to integrate those legacy data with our digital archive module?
For this purpose, we have already issued guidelines. You can follow those guidelines, and if they are not readily available with you, our team will send it, and we will place it on the our portal, and you can see it from there.
Okay, thank you, sir. My second question is that NeVA public site, there suppose a person who is not knowing what that content he is searching, whether that is available in committee module or some other modules. So there should be some global search, so that irrespective of which module it resides, so he can search it. So that provision I request to have it, so for the benefit of all.
Certainly, we will be having that. Since yesterday we are talking that first of all, let us have the data. And we have invited, you can say, in the morning also you are having this session. Basically, 2-3 facilities which we are in the process of doing. And for doing that, first of all, we will have to have data. Only then we can have the search facility. We have invited these giants. We will be taking their services for that purpose. And then we will also be using artificial intelligence, and moreover than translation, automatic translation kind of things, text to speech, speech to text, and in whatever languages those things are possible, we will try to do that. But first of all, since yesterday, I am requesting that at least some data should be there.
The Orissa, have you put the data in that NeVA? Are
Yes,
you
sir.
on the portal?
Yeah, we have a data.
So if you have a portal and you already have a data,
Sir.
and data has various compartments, and you want a global search, so that can be made. But only what I request all the states is that we have made a complaint monitor mechanism. Okay, you please put a request there. I will be monitoring that, a request like this, global search or some improvements, feel free to put it there. There is a ticketing mechanisms which we have this thing. Each state can raise whatever they want. Then our team will sit with us and discuss with you, and it will be resolved. So we have opened that mechanism. We will be watching. That is a 24/7. Anytime you can put it.
Thank you, sir. Sir, regarding the e-ticketing mechanism,
there are 7 or 8 questions Orissa has asked. I think let us give some.
Only he is asking questions.
Give some, but anyway, you.
Others also should be raising.
First of all, you please complete the hardware process. Then next question you are entitled. You install hardware in your assembly. Then we will entertain your questions. Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Thank you, sir.
Any other person? Please introduce yourself and all.
Sure.
I think we have a 3:15. The valedictory starts. Kindly just keep it in
I'll
mind.
make it more crispy and precise. So almost all the legislatures do meet during budget session in the month of March or so. Does the speed of processing information get hampered or not in processing information?
I don't think such problems. You are talking about a budget in the during the budget period. I was told that my officer that there is a budget module is there. Most of the states have done it. I don't think there is any problem of speed or crashing. If that is the case, we'll take care. Don't worry about it. But anyway, you people first come on board. Andhra Pradesh should do from the start. So it is very difficult for us to answer questions unless in the air, unless there is something you people come and show. Okay?
Sir, actually, capacity of cloud is so big that we are not able to use even 1% as of now. There is no question of getting anything hampered.
Any other questions?
Sir, Tamil Nadu, sir, with the available 9 state data, I request you to kindly go on for next artificial data intelligence, no, sir?
Pardon?
Is it necessary to have all the states detail?
No, that you are assuming yourself. We have not assumed that kind of stand. Whoever the state which are already ahead of this thing, we will try to discuss with him. We would like to push them to next stage of next stage of data. But who has given this impression that all 30 will come, then only we will next this thing? That is never an idea. Most of the states states have a difficult issues like Andhra Pradesh. So many things go on. They don't have money. They don't have new state. And there is no priority. All those things will take some time. We can't wait endlessly, but those people who are this thing, they can already start this thing.
Sir, Gujarat.
Yes.
Sir, we have a balloting system developed by NIC. Can it be integrated with our question module?
Pardon?
We have a ballot system.
What is system?
Ballot system of questions.
Okay.
Developed by NIC.
Okay.
Can it be integrated with our question module in NeVA?
Gujarat, no? Gujarat
Yes.
is still in the process of doing. You can offline discuss with us. We will have a separate meeting. In fact, I tried to have a meeting. I think I was told that you are so busy. That's what Gujarat.
Yes, sir.
I think they have taken 2 months ke baad busy hai karke. Then I had to talk to your chief secretary. Then nothing started moving. You have some problem of integration. NIC people are here. You sort it out.
Okay, fine.
We don't come into the way of integration or improvement in the system. You are always welcome.
Okay, sir.
If you are not able to get it done through NIC, Sanjay, I think somebody is there here. So you people they will note down. They will sort it out. If it's not happening, then send me an email.
Okay.
Sir, this question from UP. We have a web-based searchable archive which includes several parameters for search. Is it possible for to integrate with NeVA through API?
That is a private kind of a thing, is it?
No, it's not private, sir.
It is done by whom?
It's done by UP Assembly.
UP?
UP Assembly only, sir.
UP Assembly through whom?
Through NIC.
Through NIC. So, NIC, if he has done particular, NIC has a different softwares, okay? NIC main job is to integrate all of them. So that's why you see all these Parichay, Virichai, e-office and everything, APR. So they are doing in the process. So my understanding is that all these modules, they have to integrate and see to it that it will function. There is no duplication also. Please write to us. We will see, we put it in a ticket mechanism. Ticket mechanism is a complaint register kind of thing. Please put it after this meeting, we will monitor it.
Otherwise, in case we are going to put that entire data which has been digitized, we have digitized our proceedings of the House from year 1900 onwards.
Okay.
It's almost 120 years plus of data.
Okay.
So again, it will be a duplicacy kind of work when we start working separately on the NeVA platform. So
Okay.
in case through API, if it is
That I
integrated, it is
understood. No,
up and running from day
I
one.
understood. We are not asking you to again put the data or do the digitization again. That is what never intention. So we will ensure that it is integrated API. But you put it in our complaint mechanism so that we can monitor it and get the results.
So that can be ported.
देख लेते हैं.
Nothing is required.
But anyway, you
That will
have
be
a word
ported
with
to NeVA
see
automatically.
Sanjay is the technical director. I am surprised for last 2 days he is here. So Sanjay, you answered these two people. UP has a problem. I think Orissa has a problem, and they have a different NIC systems. All you have to do is the integration they are asking. That you have to see. You have to make a note of this thing. The function. This entire thing is organized for NIC technical this thing. Please interact with them. Okay? But anyway, note down. Any other question? Otherwise, we will. I think the chief guests are arrived. I think let us give a 5 minutes break and then please assemble quickly so that we can start the valedictory function. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
नहीं ये करना पड़ेगा, पैर आ रहे हैं ना इसके लिए. देखो ये ऐसे आएंगी दो, एक फिर इधर आएगी, थोड़ा इधर कर. ऐसे ही होगा ये फिर, नहीं तो पैर बीच में आ रहा है, डिस्टर्ब होगा, चोट लग जाएगी पैर. कैसे रहेंगे?
छोटा सा और ध्यान रखिएगा, ये गिलास पानी ढक के ना यहाँ पे भी
गर्म पानी है कैसे?
नहीं, नॉर्मल पानी. किसी को मतलब बोलते पानी पीना. ठीक है.
एक और
नहीं इसको लगा रहने पर पानी सेट कर दे बस, ये कभी बढ़ने लगे चेयर। उसको इधर कर दे। हाँ उधर ही बढ़ा मुश्किल है आपको।
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our esteemed guests. Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Law and Justice, and Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture. Also welcome Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Please welcome Shri Rajit Punhani ji, IAS, Secretary, Rajya Sabha Secretariat and CEO, Sansad TV. Please welcome Shri G. Srinivas ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Welcome to the valedictory session of the National Workshop on National E-Vidhan application. Over the last 2 days, we have been deliberating on how legislatures of all states and UTs may move towards the NeVA platform and bring in transparency, accountability, and responsiveness in their conduct of business through the use of technology. The event turned out to be extremely successful and witnessed the participation of all 31 states and UTs. Now I invite Shri G. Srinivas ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, for his address.
Good afternoon to all the delegates, and I welcome Honorable Minister and Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Minister of State, Independent Charge for the Ministry of Law and Justice, and he is also our Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture. So, friends, for the last 2 days, we spent on the National E-Vidhan application program. It's a workshop come a training program, and also an opportunity for you people to meet each other and see where the states stand. I would like to brief the Honorable Minister that 9 states have already become live. Entire the proceedings of the session assemblies or legislatures are already on live, and these assemblies are completely digitized, and there is no paper used in these assemblies. And similarly, another 21 states have done an MOE with us, and in 17 states the project has sanctioned, and I and my team and the NIC were extensively touring the various states, and wherever there is a problem, we are trying to sort out, and so that in near future all the states will onboard NeVA. The purpose is to learn from each other, and also we will see why there are certain issues, why the states are not able to use the NeVA application. And I would also like to thank the mighty secretary who is kind enough to call for a meeting. There are a lot of precursor events went before this. We had a meeting in the January, and accordingly we reviewed with NIC. We thought that these are the momentum, these are the steps to be taken, followed up by a state-wise meeting. So I should thank the mighty secretary for giving instruction to NIC across the state, and today's participation of NIC across all the states indication the importance which the mighty secretary gives to this program. And I will also wanted to brief the Honorable Minister that we had the technical experts from the IBM, Google and Microsoft to see that the NeVA not only change itself and also will adopt to new technologies, something like artificial intelligence, wherein the old speeches can be recalled, and also speeches can be converted into sound, so that the legislatures who have a less of a knowledge about IT can hear, and also conversion to all 22 languages. These are certain changes which we are going to take up in future. With this background, I think today's gathering has participation from all the states. Around 200 people have represented, consisting of state legislatures, state governments and NIC, along with the officers of the central government. And it is our honor to welcome the Honorable Minister, who has been a source of inspiration for interacting with all the MPs in the Lok Sabha and continuously encouraging us in various programs of the department. And we not only doing this E-Samsad or E-Vidhan, we are also doing various programs like Youth Parliament, where the constant support of the minister encourages us to achieve and propagate the value of the parliamentary democracy to the youth of the country. With this, I will welcome again all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srinivas, for the formal welcome address. Now let's formally welcome our illustrious guests. I would request Rekha Bharti ji to present the bouquet to Honorable Minister. Sakshi ji, kindly present the bouquet to Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Deepika ji, please present the bouquet to Shri Rajit Punhani ji, IAS, Secretary, Rajya Sabha Secretariat and CEO, Sansad Television. Priyanka ji, please present the bouquet to Shri G. Srinivas ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. I would now invite Shri Rajit Punhani ji, IAS, Secretary, Rajya Sabha Secretariat and CEO Sansad TV for his address.
Honorable Minister Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, Secretary Parliamentary Affairs Shri Gude Srinivas, Secretary Mighty Alkesh Kumar Sharma, and distinguished guests. At the outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs and the Secretary for giving me this opportunity to address this function. E-Vidhan application is a platform that has brought together experts and stakeholders to explore the potential of technology in revolutionizing our legislative processes. I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for organizing this workshop cum training program and providing us with the opportunity to witness the advancements that can shape the future of our democracy. Through this workshop, there have been insightful discussions, interactive sessions, and hands-on demonstrations of the E-Vidhan application. Representatives from state legislatures and some well-known tech companies have shared invaluable knowledge and experiences in implementing this technology and showcasing its benefits and possibilities. The adoption of E-Vidhan signifies the state's commitment to transparency, efficiency, and modernization of governance in line with Digital India. By embracing NeVA, these states have taken proactive steps to digitize parliamentary documents, offer real-time information access, and streamline administrative tasks, enhancing efficiency and transparency. Through E-Vidhan, we envision a future where legislators and citizens have seamless access to legislative information. Lawmakers can save time and resources by drafting, reviewing, and amending bills digitally, while citizens can actively engage online in the legislative process through platforms fostering inclusivity and participation. Further, E-Vidhan improves the archival and retrieval systems of legislative data, ensuring longevity and easy access for researchers, historians, and policymakers. It promotes evidence-based decision-making and a deeper understanding of our legislative process. While we enthusiastically embrace the possibilities brought forth by technology, it is essential to remain mindful of the challenges that accompany its implementation. Robust technical infrastructure and comprehensive data security measures are crucial for success integration of E-Vidhan. We must develop safeguards to protect the integrity of our processes and earn the trust of citizens. Bridging the digital divide and ensuring equitable access to technology is also an essential for inclusive e-governance. requiring collaboration between the government, the private sector, and civil society. At the same time, we should collaborate more closely with all the pillars of democracy. I would like to again congratulate all participants for their active engagement and commitment. Let us carry forward the knowledge gained here and become catalysts for change in our spheres. Thank you and best wishes.
Thanks a lot, sir, for your address. Now I invite Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Law and Justice, and Honorable Minister for State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture, Sri Arjun Ram Meghwal sir, my friend Gude Srinivas, Rajit, distinguished representatives from the states, NIC, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great privilege and honor for me to be here this afternoon in today's valedictory session on the second national workshop on NeVA. This is a visionary project of Government of India to digitize all the legislative houses in the country. The Digital India initiative, which aims to transform India into a digitally empowered society and a knowledge economy, has been instrumental in driving the rapid expansion of digital infrastructure across the nation. India is now actively participating and preparing for the integration of cutting-edge technologies. The emerging technologies, whether it is artificial intelligence, blockchain, augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, robotics, natural language processing, I think multiple languages, multiple platforms have been developed over a period of time. If we look at India's digital transformation story, I think the whole world is looking at India, the way we have transformed the whole society into a digital society. Honorable Prime Minister's vision of connecting everybody, bridging the digital divide, as well as providing devices which are affordable, also provide the data at a cost which is cheaper than a cup of tea, every GB of data, and creating a digital mind among all the citizens, and our trinity of JAM, Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile, that has catapulted the whole digital initiative of India into something which world is now proud, make India proud of. If you look at our artificial intelligence, we are the third largest ecosystem in the world and one of the fastest growing ecosystem today in the world. Not only that, India is now the chairperson of Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, which is the partnership of the biggest 27 nations doing artificial intelligence. Our startup ecosystem, which has actually helped all of us getting into, any kind of services, end-to-end services on digital platform, that has again made India the third largest, and we may become the second largest ecosystem, against the fastest growing ecosystem with over 1 lakh startups, 107 unicorns, and every second day you find some new startup is coming up in deep technology, which is actually making even the fastest and the most developed nation envious of India, that how come we are doing, and our young, bright minds, how they are able to, create new initiatives, new platforms, using all the new technologies. Our Digital India Bhashini project, which is time and again being talked about by Satya Nadella, Microsoft, or Google. Now, this is a unique model where speech to speech, speech to text, text to text, we can talk in any language, sitting anywhere in India. So I think these are initiatives besides our digital public infrastructure, which has been adopted by SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It was widely discussed and appreciated in G7 head of state convention, which was concluded only a couple of days back, and in G20, where India is taking the chairmanship. The digital public infrastructure is one of the major initiatives of government which is being showcased, and we are looking at a lot of interest by G20 and the invited nations, how they can pick up, learn a lot from our DPI, and also take away good DPIs, which our Honorable Prime Minister has offered to the world free of cost, that we are willing to share any of our 12 solutions, whether it is identity solution in terms of Aadhaar or digital payment, which is our unified payment interface, UPI, our consent-based sharing mechanism, our DigiLocker, Umang, Jam, MySkip, Meri Pehchan. There are multiple platforms which are actually delivering more than 4,000 services. In fact, Digital India has actually created a mechanism of ease of living, ease of doing business, and ease of governance. I think eVidhan, the NeVA project is one of those mission mode projects which is being implemented to make the functioning of the state legislature much more efficient and paperless. NeVA project, which was notified in March 2020, with the objective to provide financial assistance to the state and UT with legislature for implementation of NeVA in their assembly and councils and to transform them into digital houses. This will enable them to transact entire business on the digital platform, including information exchange with the state government departments and laying of all the paper document reports in the house electronically. Implemented with a project cost of 673 crore, the project is being closely monitored by the Central Project Management Unit under Gude Srinivas, as well as the State Project Management Unit, which is being headed by most of you are sitting here. The National eVidhan application is a comprehensive digital platform that offers a wide range of features and functionalities, including digital documentation and a host of other digital services that are aimed at enhancing the transparency, efficiency, and effectiveness of our parliamentary system. I'm happy to learn that 9 legislatures have fully implemented the applications, and they have seen excellent results by digitalization and digitization of their entire proceedings. Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs is committed to reaching to all the 37 legislative houses. They have signed a memorandum of understanding with 21 states, 17 projects have been sanctioned, and funds have been released for this purpose. I think we should ensure that all the states should immediately sign their MOU and start implementing these projects. It provides all relevant information like notices, bulletins, which are issued by the legislatures from time to time for information to all members and stakeholders. Accessibility to contact details, rules of procedure, list of business, starred and unstarred questions and answers, the text of bills for introduction, consideration and passing, the text of all the papers laid, committee reports, proceedings of the House, synopsis of proceedings, calendar of events, rotation of ministries, news and press release, and anything that is concerned with the parliamentary committees. I think all that can be provided seamlessly in this project. Live webcasting and TV facility has also been made available on this application. NeVA also helps the presiding officer in the management of the House via House Management application and e-book. Honorable ministers who have to reply to the House can seek supplementary replies on their mobile e-book from the administrative secretaries. This workshop which has been conducted, last one was done about a couple of months ago, as Gude has said. I think there have been, I was going through the list, there have been multiple useful sessions where some of the major companies in India have participated and shared their knowledge, how we can make NeVA much more useful, comprehensive in its development and implementation. I think all of us have something to take away from these workshops. I am so happy that I have been invited to this. I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs for organizing this magnificent event and for having invited me to this session. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Now the moment we've all been waiting for, special address by Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Law and Justice, and Minister of State for Parliamentary Affairs and Culture.
ई विधान की ये जो वर्कशॉप हो रही है, ये 2 दिन की थी सत्यप्रकाश जी। हाँ, मेरा ये जो थोड़ी देर बोलूँगा आपके साथ, वो वन वे नहीं होगा मेरा। मैं आपसे कुछ पूछूंगा तो थोड़ा अटेंटिव हो जाना। तो यहीं से शुरू किया पूछना मैंने सत्यप्रकाश जी खटाना साहब से। कोई भी, किसी का भी नंबर आ सकता है, उधर भी आ सकता है। तो ये विधान की नेवा की एप्लीकेशन को लेकर के जो ये कार्यक्रम था, मुझे अच्छा लगा कि ये हम काफ़ी समय से इसकी चर्चा कर रहे थे। तो आज अभी मंच पे जो बैठे हैं महानुभाव, उनसे सुन के अच्छा लगा कई चीज़ें। हमारे अलकेश जी शर्मा, हमारे श्री श्रीनिवास जी और श्री रजत पुनहानी जी, और इधर सत्यप्रकाश जी, हमारे खटाना जी बैठे हैं, इधर राजीव राठी जी बैठे हैं। NIC आपका भी बड़ा काम होने वाली संभावना है। देखिए, मैं थोड़ा डिफरेंट मोड पे चलूँगा। ये हम अभी एक एज में चल रहे हैं जिसका नाम है इंडस्ट्री 4.0। तो आप में से बहुत से लोगों को पता है क्या इंडस्ट्री 1.0 कब आया था इस संसार में? कभी न कभी किसी ने इंडस्ट्री 1.0 बोला होगा। वो कब बोला होगा जी? आप पूछेंगे कि इसका इससे क्या रिलेशन है? इसका रिलेशन है इसलिए कह रहा हूं। चलो मैं बताता हूं, आप भी आगे ध्यान रखना कि जब स्टीम का आविष्कार हुआ, पहले हमारा सारा व्यापार समुद्र के रास्ते से ही होता था, पैदल भी होता था। मैं राजस्थान से आता हूं, मैं देखता था ऊंटों पे भी होता था। तो जब स्टीम का आविष्कार हुआ तो जो हमारे प्लानर है, जैसे किसी ने कहा ही होगा ना, नेवा जैसी चीज लाओ। सत्यप्रकाश जी से साथ में अपने सेक्रेटरी थे ना पहले, जब नेवा आ रहा था, त्रिपाठी जी, उन्होंने कहा हम प्लानिंग डिपार्टमेंट जैसा काम कर रहे हैं, हम कह रहे हैं नेवा लाओ। तो ये किसी ने कहा होगा ना इंडस्ट्री 1.0। जब स्टीम आया, व्यापार बढ़ा, टेक्नोलॉजिकल चेंज आए, तो इंडस्ट्री 1.0 कहलाया। फिर इंडस्ट्री 2.0 भी आया। कब आया? थोड़ी एक्सरसाइज, कब आया? नहीं, जब बिजली का आविष्कार हुआ, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी आई, उस समय भी ऐसा नहीं है कि लोगों ने विरोध नहीं किया। वन में भी किया था, हम बेरोजगार हो जाएंगे, कहां जाएंगे। 2 में तो जबरदस्त विरोध किया कि बिजली आ जाएगी, बिजली से ये सब चलेगा, तो हम कहां जाएंगे, आदमी बेरोजगार हो जाएंगे। लेकिन आया, रोक थोड़ी पाए हम। बिजली के बिना रह सकते हैं क्या? नहीं रह सकते। तो इंडस्ट्री 2.0 आया, वो चला, सक्सेसफुल चला। फिर इंडस्ट्री 3.0 आया, तब भी विरोध हुआ। सेक्रेटरी साहब बैठे हैं, उसी महकमे को देख रहे हैं, मैं बोलने वाला हूं। आईटी का लोगों ने कहा ये कैसे होगा जी? लेकिन आप कल्पना करो कि अगर ये नहीं होता तो आज हम देख सकते हैं ना कि ये ट्रेन कहां पहुंच गई, कब आ रही है, लेट कहां हो गई, रिजर्वेशन, ये कैसे होता अगर नहीं आता तो? उस समय भी लोगों ने कहा था कैसे तो बेरोजगारी फैल जाएगी, लेकिन आया ना और चला, ये भी क्रॉस हो गया। फिर आ गया इंडस्ट्री 4.0। कुछ लोग इंडस्ट्री 5.0 की भी बात करने लगे हैं, पता नहीं ये कुछ आया हल्का फुल्का। मैंने क्यों पकड़ा ये? मैंने अलकेश जी के भाषण से पकड़ा। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ये किसका पार्ट है? नाइदर इंडस्ट्री 1.0 नॉर इंडस्ट्री 2.0 नॉर इंडस्ट्री 3.0, इट इज ए पार्ट ऑफ इंडस्ट्री 4.0। 4.0 के 3 पिलर हैं, वैसे और भी होंगे, लेकिन मैं बड़े बड़े आपको कहता हूं। एक है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, दूसरा है रोबोटिक्स, और तीसरा है 3D प्रिंटिंग। अब आप इसके तहत चलोगे नहीं और लोग कहीं बेरोजगारी फैल जाएगी। अगर 3D प्रिंटिंग टेक्नोलॉजी का हम यूज नहीं करते तो हमारी पार्लियामेंट की बिल्डिंग इतनी जल्दी बन जाती क्या श्रीनिवास जी? नहीं बनती ना, तो हम अलुप्त तो रह नहीं सकते। तो ये इंडस्ट्री 4.0 के पार्ट है। अब कुछ लोग गांव में कहते हैं साहब बिना ड्राइवर के गाड़ी चलेगी तो ड्राइवर कहां जाएंगे, तो पहले भी कहते थे लोग, ये टेक्नोलॉजी रुकने वाली नहीं है। यद्यपि अभी 4-5 दिन पहले जिसने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का आविष्कार किया या बताया, उसने एक आर्टिकल लिखा है थोड़ा अगेंस्ट में, 4-5 दिन पहले ना, हाँ, उसकी काफी विवाद भी हो रहा है, लेकिन ये रुक नहीं सकती अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। अभी जैसे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के एक्टिविटी जानने के लिए एक नमो ऐप है, हम नमो ऐप पे जाते हैं, एक नया आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टूल स्थापित किया है कि नमो ऐप पे जाएंगे, लेफ्ट साइड में एक बॉक्स आएगा, उसको प्रेस करेंगे तो आपका फोटो खिंच जाएगा, और आपका फोटो खिंच जाने के बाद जितने फोटो आपके नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ हैं वो सारे उस पे ऐप पे आ जाएंगे। तो ये तो है तो सुविधा। नेवा में भी ऐसे ही कर रहे हैं ये कि अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने इंदिरा जी के लिए क्या बोला, तो आप कहां ढूंढने जाओगे जी, कब बोला, कौन से साल में बोला। हालांकि गूगल ने काफी चीजें की है, लेकिन वो प्रामाणिकता के साथ नहीं है। ये जो नेवा आ रहा है ये प्रामाणिकता के साथ सही चीज बताने के लिए आ रहा है। इसमें आपको दूसरी किताबें देखने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, इतना इन्होंने इसको अपडेट किया है। लेकिन कब बोला अटल जी ने इंदिरा जी को, इंदिरा जी ने कब बोला, ये सब चीजें आएगी। क्या बोला था इंदिरा जी ने, इनके है सिस्टम में, एप्लीकेशन में, इंदिरा जी ने बोला था कि मैं 5 मिनट में आपकी पार्टी को समाप्त कर सकती हूं अटल जी। तो अटल जी का जो जवाब था, हाजिर जवाब, वो कहां किताबों में ढूंढोगे जी, इसमें आएगा नेवा में। उन्होंने कहा इंदिरा जी 5 मिनट में तो आप अपने बाल भी नहीं संवार सकते, मेरी पार्टी तो बहुत बड़ी है, कहां से समाप्त करोगे। फिर भी कुछ नहीं हुआ, हर्षी थी। सब नेवा में ला रहे हो ना, आपका नहीं ला रहे हो, ये सब चीजें, ये सब रिकॉर्ड सारा नेवा में आएगा। अभी मैं लॉ एंड जस्टिस का काम थोड़ा थोड़ा संभाला है मैंने, तो मैं देख रहा था जुडिशरी में ई कोर्ट पे बहुत जोर है। हमारे चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया भी मुझे कह रहे थे कि ई कोर्ट का प्रोजेक्ट को आगे बढ़ाओ, तो हम नेवा को कैसे पीछे रख सकते हैं जी, नेवा को आगे बढ़ाना ही पड़ेगा। हमारे 3 पिलर हैं जी, किसके, डेमोक्रेसी के, एक है लेजिस्लेटिव विंग, एक है एग्जीक्यूटिव विंग, एक है जुडिशरी। दोनों आगे बढ़ गए। एग्जीक्यूटिव विंग भी इसमें ई गवर्नेंस में आगे बढ़ गया, जिसको हम डिजिटल इंडिया कह सकते हैं। ई गवर्नेंस में तेजी से आगे बढ़ा, और हमारी जुडिशरी भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ गई। आज आप कहीं जाओ कोर्ट परिसर के बाहर, टच स्क्रीन से दबाओ कि मेरे केस का अगली पेशी कहां है। पहले तो पेशकार को पूछना पड़ता था, लेकिन अब आपको टच स्क्रीन से पता चल जाएगा मेरे केस की अगली पेशी कब है, कौन से कोर्ट में लग रही। इंटरकनेक्टेड और कर दिया, सारे कोर्ट इंटरकनेक्टेड। कोची में कोई कोर्ट है, उसकी पेशी कब है वो आपको इससे पता चल जाएगा ई कोर्ट से। तो आप लेजिस्लेटिव विंग को कैसे दूर रख सकते हो जी, रख सकते हो क्या, नहीं रख सकते जी। एग्जीक्यूटिव ने तो पहले अडॉप्ट किया डिजिटल इंडिया को भी। बहुत से ऐसी चीजें जिसका जिक्र अभी कर रहे थे हमारे अलकेश सिंह सेक्रेटरी साहब। अब देखिए कोविड में आया तब ये इसने बहुत काम किया, डिजिटल इंडिया ने या ई गवर्नेंस ने। 500 रुपए किसी विधवा को मिल गए वहां बैठे ही। अगर हमारा ये सिस्टम नहीं होता जेम का जिसका जिक्र कर रहे थे, तो कहां से मिलते। आजकल हम कोई कलेक्टर है, वो कह रहा है वो बिल्डिंग बन रही है कि नहीं बन रही है, जियो टैग सिस्टम से वो देख लेता है कि वो बिल्डिंग बन रही है कि नहीं बन रही है। तो वो कहता भाई तुमने झूठ बोला बीडीओ साहब, वो बिल्डिंग तो बन ही नहीं रही है, वो तो अधूरी है, तुमने यूसी कैसे भेज दिया। किसका मतलब ई गवर्नेंस हमारे सिस्टम को परफेक्ट भी करता है, भ्रष्टाचार को भी रोकता है, जानकारी भी देता है, और इसके बिना हम रह भी नहीं सकते। तो जुडिशरी में जब आ गया, एग्जीक्यूटिव में जब आ गया, तो लेजिस्लेटिव में भी आना चाहिए। इसके लिए मैं पार्लियामेंट मिनिस्ट्री मंत्रालय में जो हमारे अधिकारी रहे, जो अधिकारी आज हैं, उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने ये इनिशिएशन लेकर के इस काम को आगे बढ़ाया। आपको भी बधाई देता हूं, दूसरी ताली और बजानी पड़ेगी आपको। आपको भी बधाई देता हूं कि आपने भी उसको अडॉप्ट करने में रुचि दिखाई। कितने लोगों ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया है? 21 का एमओयू साइन हो गया। देखिए, आप लोगों के लिए तो जोरदार ताली बजा दो। अब रजत जी आपका टॉपिक ले रहा हूं, रजत जी आपका ले रहा हूं। कल ही बोला है उपराष्ट्रपति जी ने कि भारत विश्व गुरु बन जाएगा 2047 तक। आज अखबारों में पढ़ा कि नहीं पढ़ा आप लोगों ने? लेकिन आपको लगता है भी ये क्या है विश्व गुरु? क्या है जी? किसी को पता है कल्पना क्या है विश्व गुरु? ग्लोबल लीडर आप सब चाहते हो कि नहीं चाहते इंडिया ग्लोबल लीडर बने? चाहते हो कि नहीं चाहते हो? चाहते हो ना, तो ताली बजा दो ना, इसमें तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है। अच्छा, मैं आपसे पूछूं एक सवाल कि 19वीं सदी किसकी थी? सदी हमेशा कॉन्टिनेंट की होती है। 19वीं सदी किसकी थी? लीड किसने किया? आप बता दोगे, लेकिन मैं बता देता हूं, यूरोप की थी और लीड यूके ने किया। इसमें कोई डाउट है ही नहीं। 20वीं सदी किसकी थी? नॉर्थ अमेरिका की, कॉन्टिनेंट की होती है, ध्यान रखना। और लीड किसने किया? यूएसए ने। 21वीं सदी किस कॉन्टिनेंट की होने वाली है? एशिया। और लीड कौन करे? इंडिया, भारत। वैसे यही तो विषय हमारा। इसके कुछ पैरामीटर है, उसके कुछ पैरामीटर है। आप सोचोगे कि हम 2023 में चल रहे हैं और अब कैसे लीड करेंगे? ऐसा नहीं है जी। 1945 तक सदी यूरोप की थी और लीड यूके ही कर रहा था। लेकिन जैसे ही 45 में यूरोप के देशों ने अमेरिका से रिक्वेस्ट की कि हमने सुना है आपके पास एटम बम आ गए और ये जर्मनी और जापान मिल रहे हैं, तो जर्मनी में ताकत है फोर्स की, आर्मी की, और जापान में ताकत है टेक्नोलॉजी की। ये नेवा वही है सब। जापान में ताकत है टेक्नोलॉजी की, और अगर ये दोनों मिल गए तो ये सदी एशिया की तरफ चली जाएगी। तो क्या करना चाहिए? तो अमेरिका आया आगे, यूरोप के रिक्वेस्ट पे एटम बम छोड़ा नागासाकी और हिरोशिमा में, और उसके बाद युद्ध समाप्त हुआ, मित्र देश युद्ध जीत गए। लेकिन उसके बाद जब ये हिस्टोरियन कॉन्फ्रेंस, राइटर क्लब्स, ये सब बैठे, इंटेलेक्चुअल क्लब, और सदी तय करने लगे, तो का सदी शिफ्ट हो गई। बोला क्या हुआ? हमने युद्ध जीता, हमारी सदी नहीं है। बोला आपकी सदी नहीं है। सदी कहां के चली गई? सदी चली गई नॉर्थ अमेरिका, और बाद में लीड किया यूएसए ने। अभी तो हम 2023 में ही हैं। 20वीं सदी भी 1945 तक यूरोप की थी और शिफ्ट हुई बाद में। तो अभी तो हमारे पास साल है काफी, 2023 में चल रहे हैं। और वाइस प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने ठीक ही कहा है कि 2047 में हम विश्व गुरु बन जाएंगे। इस दिशा में हम बढ़ेंगे टेक्नोलॉजी के भी माध्यम से। टेक्नोलॉजी एक बड़ा टूल है, उसके कई पैरामीटर है। डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप है क्या सोसाइटी में? फिलैंथ्रोपिक सोसाइटी है क्या? फैमिली कैसी है? टेक्नोलॉजी में कैसे है? इकोनॉमी की साइज क्या है? ऐसे कई टूल हैं, उसके कई पिलर हैं। लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी भी एक बड़ा पिलर है जी, जिसके कारण वो सोसाइटी क्या किसी की मदद कर सकती है। अगर कहीं समुद्री तूफान आ रहा है तो कौन सा देश पहले बता सकता है एडवांस में? हम कई जगह लीड करने लगे हैं जी, ग्लोबल लीडर की ओर बढ़ गए हैं। सपोज करो योगा कोई कर रहा है, 21 जून को, तो भारत के नागरिकों का तो खून बढ़ता ही है। लेकिन ग्लोबल लीडर योगा में इंडिया बना कि नहीं बना? बना कि नहीं बना? यस और नो तो बोलो। विद्या हमारी, प्रचार प्रसार भी हमारा। और जब अमेरिका का आदमी योगा कर रहा है, ऑस्ट्रेलिया का कर रहा है, कोई करता है, बोला इंडियन सिस्टम तो बहुत अच्छा था, प्राणायाम भी कर रहा है, ठीक रहता है शरीर से, सब मानने लगे। इवन मिडिल ईस्ट भी करता है। तो ग्लोबल लीडर योगा में बढ़ा इंडिया। मुझे बताओ, स्पेस एक ऐसा सेक्टर है जिसमें डेवलप्ड कंट्री के लोग कहते हैं मोदी जी हमें भी, हमारा भी सैटेलाइट छोड़ दो। कहते हैं कि नहीं कहते हैं? तो स्पेस में ग्लोबल लीडर इंडिया बन गया। आयुर्वेदा अगेन ग्लोबल लीडर। ऐसे कई सेक्टर निकलेंगे, 50 सेक्टर निकलेंगे, उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी भी एक सेक्टर है। और जैसे ही टेक्नोलॉजी में इंडिया ग्लोबल लीडर बना तो इंडिया को विश्व गुरु बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। इसलिए आप ये बहुत बड़ा काम कर रहे हो आज ये 2 दिन के वर्कशॉप में। ये छोटा काम नहीं है जी, ये छोटा काम करने के लिए आप नहीं आए हैं जी। आप भारत को महान भारत बनाने के लिए आए हैं। और आज के जो ये 2 दिन की जो वर्कशॉप है ये माइलस्टोन सिद्ध होगी। जैसे ही नेवा लागू होगा आने वाले समय में आप सबको हम याद करेंगे और आप याद किए जाएंगे। इनकी डायरेक्टरी छपा देना सत्य प्रकाश जी, छपा दोगे ना या नहीं छपाओगे? जितने लोग आए हैं पार्टिसिपेट किया इन्होंने 2 दिन ऐसे ही नहीं लगाए, लेकिन आप अपना ये थॉट आगे चल करके सबको बताने की कोशिश करना, क्योंकि ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कड़ी के रूप में नेवा एप्लीकेशन का मामला तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। आप सब लोगों ने स्वीकार किया, इसके लिए मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं और इस वर्कशॉप में आप आए उनके लिए भी मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Honorable Minister, thank you so much for enriching us, for enlightening us, and of course for that exuberant interaction. Sir, as we know that 21 legislatures have signed the MOU.
Very good.
But 9 are already live on NeVA platform. They've gone digital. I would request you to please felicitate them.
Okay, no.
First up, we'll have Shri Marvin, Nodal Officer, NeVA, Meghalaya Assembly.
Meghalaya. Congratulations. Thank you, sir. Thank you, जी। किसको देना है? आपको पहले? या आइए ना सेक्रेटरी साहब के लिए। आपको भी देना ना?
ये सब मेघालय के हैं। मेघालय के स्टाफ।
दोनों।
मेघालय के स्टाफ।
मेघालय? या टेक देम। थैंक यू। सर्टिफिकेट भी। ओके।
Now I invite Shri Bhairav Lal Das, Senior Reporter, Bihar Legislative Council.
बिहार में लेजिस्लेटिव
सबसे पहले किया उन्होंने, बताइए आपको। काउंसिल ने किया।
असेंबली में सर थोड़ा इश्यू है।
ओह वेरी गुड। काउंसिल कितने मेंबर हैं? सीटिंग 75। ओके गुड, थैंक यू। सब
बिहार
आए
के, अभी बिहार के।
साथ में लो ना, साथ में आ जाइए। आप इधर आ जाइए, ये बीच में रखिए, आप ये बीच में रखिए, सब आ जाइए, थोड़ा इधर आ जाओ।
So now that's Team Bihar Legislative Council.
थैंक यू, बताइए।
Now I invite Dr. K. Srinivasan, Secretary, Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly.
कैडर है इनका।
देवेश बाबू आपसे बात करने के लिए कई बार फोन किए थे, सुबह आपसे बात नहीं हो पाई।
Team Tamil Nadu.
देवेश ठाकुर।
हाँ सर।
देवेश ठाकुर ना
जी।
हाँ ठीक।
तमिलनाडु सर।
तमिलनाडु, ओ कांग्रेचुलेशन। थैंक यू, ऑल द बेस्ट।
ये अभी लाइव हुआ सर।
वेरी गुड।
Srimati Rio, Secretary in Charge, Nagaland Legislative Assembly.
Ajay, all Nagaland people can come.
Nagaland, oh
Please come. Not
Team Nagaland, please.
all the people should come. Come. All the state officers, assembly and NIC can come and receive the award from the Honorable Minister. It's not that we get the opportunity to get the Minister.
All the respective teams are invited one by one.
Congratulations. And yes, some people are coming.
Team Nagaland.
Join us, join us. Join us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All the best.
Now I invite Shri Lalit Kumar Gurung, Secretary, Sikkim Legislative Assembly and Team Sikkim.
Sikkim. Certificate live, sir. Live हो रहा है.
Sikkim. Sikkim. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Now I invite Shri Pradeep Kumar Dubey, Principal Secretary, Uttar Pradesh Assembly and Team Uttar Pradesh Assembly.
Uttar Pradesh, more than 400 people. Uttar Pradesh कर दिए.
बधाई साहब आपको.
सर आपका
मेरा ठीक रहा स्पीच आपको समझ में आया कि नहीं आया? मैंने थोड़ा डिफरेंट दिया.
हाँ बहुत. हम वो पीछे हो में हमारा फोन नहीं कर सकेगा.
हाँ आइए. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very good.
Now I invite Shri S.K. Dondial, Special Secretary and Finance Controller, Uttar Pradesh Council and Team Uttar Pradesh Council.
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 सतीश माना तो विधानसभा अध्यक्ष है ना, और काउंसिल के अध्यक्ष कौन? मान बधाई. अरे सबका फोटो आ गया. थैंक यू. ऑल द बेस्ट.
Now I invite Shri Naran Dutt, Joint Secretary, Haryana Legislative Assembly and Team Haryana Legislative Assembly.
हरियाणा जी सर वो स्पीकर भी काफी एक्टिव था. हरियाणा
वेरी गुड. आइए
सर. नया पार्लियामेंट
आपको
असेंबली बिल्डिंग बना रहे हैं.
Now I invite Shri Vanlal Gakha, Under Secretary, Mizoram Legislative Assembly and Team Mizoram Legislative Assembly.
Mizoram, very good. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
जहाँ एमएससी असेंबली और स्टेट का कॉम्बिनेशन है वो
सब चला गया. तब तो आपका आगे बढ़ गया.
न बढ़ गया.
Honorable Minister, along with the live states on NeVA platform, we also have very progressive states that have made exemplary digital strides. So first up, let's have Madhya Pradesh, Shri A.P. Singh, Principal Secretary, MP Assembly, along with the team MP Assembly.
Certificate of participation, I think. AP Singh साहब है?
आ रहे.
Madhya Pradesh Assembly.
The 160 people have attended this year, sir. अभी भी इतना लोग नहीं है.
Next up, we'll have Shri Dirga Barua, Nodal Officer, Assam Assembly.
बुलाओगे क्या? बुला लीजिए. Thank you.
Team Assam Assembly.
नहीं हुआ है, बट कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. आसाम चीफ मिनिस्टर से बात करें. स्पीकर भी कुछ प्रॉब्लम.
Next, we'll have Shri Chetan Pandya, Nodal Officer, Gujarat Assembly, along with Team Gujarat Assembly.
बधाई आपको. इधर. हाँ एक इधर.
जल्दी करवाइए मैडम आसाम को.
Thank you.
जल्दी लाइव हो जाए.
जल्दी. हमारा स्पीकर
Gujarat Assembly. Then we'll have Team Goa.
जय जय गर्मी गुजरात.
अरे विश्वगुरु होना है आप विश्वगुरु होना है. भैया जल्दी करिए.
जल्दी करो. विश्वगुरु होना है. वो तो सब्जेक्ट दे दिया ना धनकर साहब ने. Thank you.
ये अभी शुरू हो गया. हो जाएगा ना? कितने दिन में? नेक्स्ट सेशन में
करिए. सितंबर में. Thank you.
Then we have Team Goa, led by Srimati Namrata Alman, Secretary, Goa Assembly. After this, we'll have Team Odisha.
Congratulations. दोनों साइड से वो विधानसभा बहुत जोरदार है, शानदार है। और सैन फ्रांसिस्को क्या थे उस समय? सैन नहीं, ये फ्रांसिस्को करके थे ना MP,
वो लंबा वाला
स्पीकर भी थे, सरदाना
सरदाना
सरदीना तब आया था। हाँ।
Then we have Team Odisha, led by Shri Satpathy, Secretary Odisha Assembly.
तो आपका कार्ड है सर?
हाँ, नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चन पूछ।
Next we have Team Manipur.
जय जगन्नाथ। Thank you.
Team Manipur, please. Team Manipur, led by Shri Rohit Sapam, Additional Secretary and Nodal Officer, Manipur Assembly.
मणिपुर आइए, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन। मैटर इज ओवर।
Thanks a lot, sir, for doing the honors. Now I invite Suman Baraji, Director of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, for vote of thanks.
Honorable Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji, MOS Independent Charge for Law and Justice, MOS in the Ministries of Parliamentary Affairs and Culture, Secretary Mighty Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, Secretary MOPA Shri G. Srinivas ji, Secretary Rajya Sabha Secretariat and CEO Sansad TV Shri Rajat Punyani ji, Additional Secretary Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs Dr. Satya Prakash ji, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to you all. As we come to the conclusion of this two-day workshop on NeVA, it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs to acknowledge the contribution of all those who have worked really hard to make this event successful. First of all, I would like to place on record our sincere appreciation for Honorable Minister Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal ji for gracing this occasion despite his busy schedule, particularly when he has recently taken over charge of Ministry of Law and Justice. Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring address, for really highlighting the use of technology in various fields, which has really motivated the participants to onboard the NeVA platform with greater zeal, and I'm sure we will live up to your expectation of setting it up as a milestone. I also thank Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma ji, Secretary, Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, and Shri Rajat Punhani, Secretary, Rajya Sabha Secretariat, and CEO, Sansad TV, for taking time out for this valedictory session and for addressing the gathering and sharing their views on NeVA. I would like to express our sincere and heartfelt thanks to Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, Shri G. Srinivasan sir, who has been the guiding force behind this event, which not only enhanced the knowledge, but has also provided a wonderful platform to the participants from different states to directly interact with each other, to share, learn, and draw inspiration from each other's experience on one-to-one basis. I would also like to place on record that the NeVA project has really gained momentum under the guidance of Secretary Sir, and with his kind of enthusiasm and his continued guidance, I am sure the dream of one nation, one application will soon become a reality. During this two-day workshop, we had total 6 sessions committed to different aspects of NeVA project. During the first session, Dr. Satya Prakash, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, and Mission Leader NeVA explained in detail every aspect of the project, right from the basic features, various modules, to various technology involved in the road ahead for NeVA. I would like to take this opportunity to thank him for leading the team NeVA at its mission as its mission leader right from its inception. I would also like to thank Sri Rajesh Gera, DG NIC, for explaining to the participants the role of NIC in implementing of the NeVA project and for his valuable suggestions to stakeholders to pave way for successful implementation of NeVA. I also sincerely thank the representatives from the Microsoft, Google, and IBM, the top tech companies, for their valuable inputs on emerging technology for good governance. The valuable inputs provided by them will definitely help NeVA keep pace with the latest technologies on its road ahead for good governance. I would also like to thank the officers from the 9 states, the states of Meghalaya, Delhi, Tamil Nadu, Nagaland, Sikkim, UP, Haryana, and Mizoram for sharing their experiences, challenges, and also benefits achieved by them in going live on NeVA. I am sure the experience shared by them has given fresh impetus to officers from all other states to onboard on the platform at the earliest. I sincerely thank all the delegates, secretaries of legislatures and secretaries, nodal officers of state governments, and officers from NICSI for their active and constructive participation in this 2-day workshop. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the officers of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs who worked really very hard, even at odd hours, to make this event a success. On behalf of Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs, I also express sincere gratitude to all other agencies involved in organizing this event, including the Sunset TV, press, and media. Our thanks is also due very specially to Ms. Kriti Mishra, the MC of the event, for smoothly conducting the entire workshop throughout these 2 sessions, through these 2 days. Thank you very much. And I also thank very particularly the officials of the Ashoka Hotel, particularly Shri Ashok Pandey, head of the event management team, for their tireless efforts throughout the workshop for making it successful. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for being extremely warm. Please rise in your places for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Honorable Minister, allow us to end the session and the workshop. Thanks a lot. All the delegates and participants, please join us for the high tea. High tea in the adjacent room, please. All the delegates and participants, please join us for high tea.